Chapter 711. Fang Ping could not interfere with the Apex's affairs. Fang Ping could not interfere with the Apex's arrangements either. Fang Ping might be doing very well now, but strength was the foundation. Without strength, everything else was meaningless. Without strength, he would be wanted by the catacombs. Without strength, only the evil sect martial artists would dare to kill him. If he had strength like Zhang Tao, forget about the true king's ultimate art, no one would dare to attack him. Fang Ping was a bystander in the battle against the evil sect. He could not even compare to Qin Yaoding and the other commanders of the Fallen Star Army and Wuan Army. It was not that he was not as good as them, but he was not strong enough. The others were targeting him. If he joined the battle, it would be more dangerous. Therefore, Fang Ping became a bystander. He could only watch helplessly as the others fought. He could only watch helplessly as a legion commander of the Fallen Star Army fell in front of him. All of this made Fang Ping very frustrated. Since he started practicing martial arts, other than the time when he fought and killed to his heart's content in the King battleground, the rest of the time he was miserable, running, digging holes, asking powerhouses for help. In short, he was hunted down all the way to rank 8 in the underground mineral vein. Fang Ping cursed in his heart as he thought about it. I'm a rank 8. Why am I so miserable? I didn't do anything. Why is everyone watching me? I was wronged in the Xuanda Grotto Heaven battle. Feng Jiuqing was obviously killed by Qin Yaozu and the others. Mother asterisk her. When Ning died, he called out his name. Did he dig up his ancestral grave? Ji Yao was the same. He did not kill her. Did she have to keep watching him? She even made the monster royal court list him as a wanted man. There was no need to even mention the Huai King. Fang Ping felt that he was really unlucky. Who knew that this old thing had made a bet with old Zhang? He had lost the bet, and now he was blaming himself. Was such a person worthy of being a real king? That was it. He even took the blame for unquestionable Jian, the Devil Emperor, who had been dead for God knows how long. Was there any justice in this world? Mother asterisk her. Is it my fault that I'm called the Devil King? Wasn't this given by the Martial Arts Association? I said I wanted to be called the Celestial Emperor. How can this be blamed on me? The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more indignant he became. This was too much. Just because of a title he became a demon emperor? He was indignant. When he saw that his wealth had been depleted, he became even more indignant. Spending money too fast. In the past few days, in order to familiarize himself with his rank, 8 powers, and hone his brain core, he had expended quite a lot of wealth. Not only that, when the House of Gold was broken, Fang Ping had no choice but to continue repairing it, which cost him a lot of money. If this went on, he would really go bankrupt. Wealth: 28 million points vitality, 60,000 calories, 63,500 calories mentality, 155 hertz, 3,299 hertz, power of destruction, 23 yuan, bones honed, 206, 100%, storage space, 1,000 cubic meters plus, energy barrier, 1 point/minute plus, aura simulation, 10 per minute plus, that's all? Sigh. Fang Ping sighed. He looked at the brain nucleus that had materialized in front of him, feeling helpless. The growth of his mental power had slowed down. It was not as fast as before. The honing of the brain nucleus could still increase his mentality quickly in the beginning, but after a long time, the effect was not as obvious. Fang Ping's mentality had increased by almost 1,000 hertz from 2,000 hertz. It had only been a few days, and the speed was shocking. Now, however, his mentality was still more than 3,000 hertz. Fang Ping's mentality was actually not as good as a normal rank 8 martial artist. A normal rank 8 martial artist, like Lu Polu, who had just achieved a breakthrough, now had a mentality of 4,000 hertz. A rank 8 martial artist mentality could be as low as 4,000 hertz and as high as 5 or 6,000 hertz. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was probably a rank 8 with the weakest mentality. My brain nucleus is still not strong enough. My physique is actually strong enough, but my brain nucleus is not strong enough. The system doesn't even have a mandatory plus sign. This means that forcefully increasing it might cause my brain nucleus to shatter. My brain core isn't sturdy enough. If I want it to be sturdier, I can only use my strength to temper it, using imperishable substances to temper it. But I'm in a hurry to succeed, so I can only expend more strength, which means more wealth. Fang Ping realized that he had entered an endless loop. The less wealth he had, the slower his improvement. When his wealth was high, he would have to go to the catacombs. If he went to the catacombs, he would not have enough time to control his strength. At the end of the day, I still don't have enough time. Fang Ping sighed again. A ball of vitality appeared in his hand, and he began to strip it. This was the method that Old Man Li had taught him. Martial arts, cultivation, strength control. There was no other way. Practice makes perfect. A martial artist's vitality was measured in units of cal. It did not come about for no reason. Vitality. Every unit of vitality was like a cell. It was actually an independent existence. Of course, it was extremely difficult to distinguish. Old Man Li told Fang Ping that when Fang Ping could strip the most basic unit of vitality, a unit of vitality, his control of strength would reach an extremely subtle level. At this time, Fang Ping's understanding of vitality and strength control would enter a whole new world. Old Man Li could do it. This was thanks to his leisure time. After 10 years of idleness, the old man had nothing to do, so he stripped himself bit by bit for fun. He had dismantled his muscles, bones, and skin many times. Stripping vitality force. Fang Ping did not know if others had done it before, but among the people he knew, only Old Man Li had done it. Strength, in everyone's eyes, was a whole entity. Vitality, on the other hand, was a whole entity. It was only now that Fang Ping knew that vitality force was actually made up of countless small units of strength. Of course, he could still feel it. The increase of vitality in units of cal and mentality, in units of hertz, were all proof. Fang Ping should have realized this more than the average person, because he clearly knew what a unit of vitality was. Fang Ping was currently feeling it carefully. He did not know how strong the vitality force in his hand was. It was about 100 units of strength. Fang Ping tried to let the system recover a unit of strength. At this time, a slight change appeared. It was very weak. For Fang Ping, whose vitality had reached more than 60,000 units, the strength of a unit of strength was too little. It was so little that it was almost negligible. If the increase was so weak, it would be even more difficult to strip out this unit of strength. The small ball of vitality force in Fang Ping's hand was slowly dissected by Fang Ping. After dissecting it into more than 10 units, bang! His blood and qi exploded. This won't do. Fang Ping looked helpless. He did not have enough control over his strength. He could not clearly control the strength that was too weak. His own strength was as high as more than 60,000 units. When the vitality ball was dissected to about 10 calories, he could not control it anymore, and the vitality force self-destructed. Old Man Li can dissect a basic unit. Compared to me now, the difference in strength control is more than 10 times. Fang Ping could not help but admire Old Man Li. Little did he know that Old Man Li was talking about when he was rank 6. At that time, his vitality was less than 10,000 units. Today, Old Man Li had just completed the 5th refinement of Golden Body and entered the 6th refinement. His vitality was more than 90,000 units. Actually, only Fang Ping was slightly better. He had dissected it into about 4 to 5 units of vitality ball. Old Man Li, who had already entered the Magic City catacombs, was now dissecting his vitality frantically, afraid that Fang Ping would overtake him. The old man only had this bit of confidence now. Fang Ping, this kid, cultivated too fast. Who knew if he would surpass him in rank one day? He had to be able to dissect more than 90,000 units of vitality into more than 90,000 units. Then he would have to achieve 100% control over his strength. Even if Fong Ping was stronger than him, he might not be his match. Of course, in front of Fong Ping, Old Man Li would not say that he could not do it now. Instead, he would proudly tell Fong Ping that he could even dissect 1 unit of vitality. Fong Ping believed him. Yes, Fong Ping, who had always fooled others, was fooled by Old Li this time. It could not be helped. Old Li's performance was very monstrous. Fong Ping had always thought that Old Man Li, a rank 6, could not kill a rank 8. Therefore, in this era, the most monstrous genius was still Old Man Li. Perhaps the Old Man Li before he was injured was not as monstrous as he was now. However, after being injured for 10 years and lying low for 10 years, Old Man Li had transformed and become a true peerless prodigy, constantly killing people above his rank. Fong Ping had also killed people above his rank before, but he was not as good as Old Man Li. Therefore, he really believed what Old Man Li said. At this moment, Fong Ping was constantly dissecting his strength. This kind of extremely subtle control of strength required a lot of energy and also a lot of vitality. However, this was nothing to Fong Ping. He could recover his mentality and vitality force in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping even tried to exhaust his vitality force and then slowly increase it bit by bit to experience this feeling. And this method was something that only he could do. Other martial artists could not bear to do this. With more than 60,000 cal of vitality at rank 8, even if one's own recovery ability was strong, after exhausting one's vitality without energy stones to replenish the consumption, it would take a few days to fully recover with the little energy on Earth. They say that only battles can increase one's control of strength. In fact, battles are just exhausting vitality, allowing people to experience a subtle recovery process of strength. I don't have much experience because I recover extremely fast, and it happens in an instant. Therefore, maybe the others have realized it, but I'm the only one who has never felt this. Fong Ping knew why he could not even compare to Qin Fengqing and the others. Old Wang and the others were actually slightly better than him, because these fellows would slowly recover to experience. But he did not have this kind of experience. He would completely recover in an instant. The drawback of the system was finally exposed this time. Relying too much on the system's recovery ability had also caused Fong Ping to miss many opportunities. The control of strength is actually a kind of subtle splitting of strength. And the outburst of strength, the ultimate skills and other combat techniques are all a kind of recombination of strength. Fong Ping muttered to himself. Many martial artists started to create their own combat techniques when they reached the middle ranks. Fong Ping had never thought about this because he did not know how, and it was very difficult to do. Previously, he thought that it was because he had advanced too quickly and his knowledge could not keep up. Now, he realized that was not the case. It was because he did not have a deep control of strength and did not understand the essence of strength. Combat techniques were actually a kind of reorganization of one's own strength. First split, then recombine, and recombine into a way that was most suitable for oneself. That was a combat technique that was suitable for oneself. Split more than 60,000 cal of vitality into more than 60,000 basic strength units, and then rearrange these basic units, arranging them into combat strength that was suitable for him, and using them. That was a combat technique. Old Man Li is so unreliable. You only told me now. Fong Ping was very resentful toward Old Man Li. So he had only mastered the essence of strength and the essence of combat techniques when he reached rank 8. How embarrassing. He was embarrassed to tell others about this. Old Man Li did not know either. If he knew, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Did he need to teach him about this? He felt that as a martial artist, especially a prodigy martial artist, he should be able to feel it. Not a prodigy martial artist. Actually, Old Man Li wanted to tell Fong Ping that martial arts universities had courses in this area. However, a certain someone had almost never been to a class in more than 2 years of school. Old Man Li had forgotten about this. The others, including Qin Fengqing and the others, had actually been learning about this before they reached rank 3. Even if the books did not explain it in depth, when they reached a certain level, they could also feel it. That was why some of the things that Old Man Li and the others considered to be basic knowledge were not told to Fong Ping, because everyone thought that he understood, not just a few people, but everyone. However, Fong Ping really did not understand. If he knew about this, Fong Ping would definitely curse out loud. I didn't learn martial arts from a young age. My family doesn't even have a martial artist, not even a rank 1. I came from a small county town, and I've only practiced martial arts for a little more than 2 years. Now that I've reached rank 8, how could I have so many feelings? People like Chun Yunxi probably understood. They had been exposed to martial arts since they were young. Old Wang probably understood too, because he was serious about learning from Fong Ping. Before Fong Ping's emergence, these people were not as reckless as they were now, and they still had a lot of time to learn. Iron Head also understood. This guy was an honest kid, and he even taught students. He was the one who taught Han Su and Ling Yi. As for Qin Fengqing, this idiot knew 100%. Because he was a straight-A student, he read books and looked for information every day, wanting to know how to not be affected by his aptitude and how to maximize his pitiful once-honed strength. Because once honed, in the 3 lower ranks, including the 3 middle ranks, their vitality was not as good as those twice-honed martial artists. Only when one reached peak rank 5, when the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, including the bones, were almost completely honed, would the gap be closed, and when they achieved mentality-vitality fusion, they would enter the era of 10,000 cal vitality. With Qin Fengqing's personality, his vitality was weaker than others. How could he not learn these things and deepen his control over his strength? Only Fong Ping did not care about these things. Because he had improved too quickly and his vitality and mentality were infinite, he did not feel much. Breaking down vitality to a basic unit of 1 calorie means that my control over my strength has reached 100%. Breaking it down to 10 calories, my control is not even 50%. Fong Ping calculated for a while, and that should be it. 50% was already overestimating himself. He had more than 60,000 cal of vitality. Could he unleash more than 30,000 cal and kill someone in one move? Even if he did, there was still a difference between 30,000 cal and 30,000 cal. Old Man Li and the others rearranged their own strength. A vitality of 30,000 cal could explode with a vitality power of 50,000 cal. Fong Ping. That was 30,000 cal, so it was really 30,000 cal. This was comparable to the gap between the origin path. I still have to continue splitting it up. Fortunately, I have an idea now. I don't have to foolishly hack at it like before. But in the past, when I went to hack for 7 days, why didn't anyone remind me? Fong Ping criticized in his heart. Little did he know that everyone thought he was practicing combat techniques. Slashing and practicing combat techniques was also very necessary. Practice makes perfect. Fong Ping's slashing was not considered a wrong cultivation method. Because of this, of course, no one would remind him. I have to break it down to below 10 calories strength composition as soon as possible. At this time, every time I reduce the gap by 1 cal, my understanding of the true meaning of strength will increase by 3 points. Fong Ping carefully dissected the force. He had only dissected it halfway when it exploded again with a bang. This time, Fong Ping had a target to vent his anger on. He looked at Li Hansong, who was walking toward him, and scolded. Ironhead, you're too full of yourself, aren't you? You didn't even knock on the door. Li Hansong was dumbfounded. He turned around and looked. No door. You're just cultivating in the mining area. There's no cultivation room. Where's the door? Besides, I'm such a big living person. I didn't even conceal my aura. You're a rank 8 powerhouse, how could you not sense it? As Fong Ping said that, he glanced at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Middle stage rank 7 already? Huh. Not bad. Continue working hard and strive to achieve upper stage rank 7 as soon as possible. By then, maybe you'll achieve rank 8 directly. I'll leave the weakest rank 8 for you. Fong Ping mumbled to himself. 108, he said he was the weakest. Forget it, I admit it. However, this fellow Ironhead had entered rank 8. His mentality was also weak. He might even be ranked even lower than himself. It was good to have someone at the bottom. Li Han Song did not care about this. He said, the minister sent someone to send 500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. He said it's your compensation. How much? 500 caddies. Fong Ping's expression was dark. He gritted his teeth and asked, where is he? He didn't come. He asked Commander Beigong to send it. Commander Beigong sent it and he left. He left! Fong Ping said exasperatedly, 500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. How much is that? 150 billion. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. So it's just this little? I was looking forward to getting 3 to 5 trillion. In the end, it's only 150 billion. Li Han Song scratched his head. That's a lot, isn't it? 500 caddies, and it's still rank 9. Fong Ping, sometimes you get nothing when you kill a rank 9. Senior Warlord killed a true king and didn't get anything. 150 billion is considered a lot, isn't it? Li Han Song thought it was really a lot. 500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. In the past, he would be stunned when he saw it. Forget 500 caddies. When he was in the middle ranks, he would be stunned when he got 5 caddies. Back then, when Fong Ping invited them to fight those fellows in Star City, the reward he gave Old Wong and the rest was 1 caddy of energy stones. At that time, energy stones cost 1 million per gram, 500 million per caddy. Old Wong and the rest were impressed by Fong Ping's wealth. He was a local tycoon. At that time, it was April. It was not long. 1 caddy of energy stones. Everyone thought it was a big profit. It was worth it even if they were beaten to death. In the end, in the blink of an eye, Old Zhang sent 500 caddies. Even Fong Ping despised it. Fong Ping despised it indeed. 150 billion. That was not 150 billion wealth points. It was only 15 million points. Okay. His wealth points had dropped below 30 million points. Even if he got these 15 million points, it would not be 50 million points. This was too much of a loss. After cursing for a while, Fong Ping thought for a while. He took out his phone and was about to call Old Zhang. Old Zhang must have embezzled. 9 high elders. Excluding Zhe Karo and Lin Long, there were still 7 of them. The Andes Mountains and the ancient Buddha, Holy Land, were all involved. With Old Zhang's temperament, extorting a few big holy lands would not be this small. He was a desperation realm martial artist. The transportation fee to the peak would not be so little, right? Speaking of transportation fee, Fong Ping's call connected quickly. Zhang Tao said happily, I got a total of 1,000 caddies of energy stones. Don't think it's too little. It's really a lot. Moreover, they refused to admit it. They said that Varna and the others were not evil sect elders. They only got them by force because of my strong martial strength. As for the few independent martial artists, they're all poor. The other evil sects' old lairs have some rank 1 and rank 2 vitality pills. Do you want them? In total, it's less than 10 billion in resources. I didn't take them. I left them for the martial artists who surrounded and annihilated the evil sect, giving them some spoils of war. I got the 1,000 caddies because of my martial strength. Is it too much for me to take 200 caddies? Fong Ping gritted his teeth. Not at all. There's still 800 caddies. Li Zhen said that you didn't kill Fifth Elder and wasted his avatar. He was very upset and thought that you did it on purpose. My avatar killed a rank 9, but he didn't. That's why I snatched your 200 caddies. I couldn't do anything to him. Am I right? Fong Ping gritted his teeth. Yes, you're no match for him. After all, you're second and he's first. I understand, Zhang Tao. Fong Ping continued. Then there's still 600 caddies. The remaining 100 caddies. Nan Yunhua said that Li Zhen snatched them all. If she didn't, people would misunderstand that she's not a peak. So, she snatched the 100 caddies too. Fong Ping was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said impatiently, Minister, I'm almost out of money to cultivate. My cultivation has been stagnant recently. At this time, you guys are still snatching from me. Aren't you embarrassed? We agreed that after we kill those rank 9s, everything will be mine. You said that we'd split it 30 to 70. Logically, 300 caddies should be enough for you. I'm considered generous. In the end, I even left half for you. I thought the harvest would be 10 trillion. You got so little stuff. Forget it. I'm too lazy to say anything else. You went to a few holy lands and got 1,000 caddies of energy stones. If you'd told me earlier that you were so short of money and so shameless, I wouldn't have let you go and embarrass yourself. A dignified martial king personally appeared and got 1,000 caddies of energy stones. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Did a few holy lands fool you just like that? Minister Wang and the rest came to help me. I gave them 1,500 caddies of energy stones in total. Just this alone makes me feel ashamed. I think I'm stingy enough. I don't have money now, so I gave them less. When I have money in the future, I'll definitely make up for it. Minister Wang and the rest are only rank 8, right? What about you? Martial King. Martial King, known as invincible. Even subduing Heavenly King dares to fight. In the end, I went to a few holy lands, and they gave me 1,000 caddies. Each family might only have 200 to 300 caddies. The 2 words, Martial King, are worth more than that. Forget it. I won't talk about it. I'm not the one who's embarrassed anyway. If it were me, I'd smash these energy stones on their faces on the spot. Are they looking down on me? Hey, Minister, I'm hanging up. Don't be angry. Have a good rest. Fong Ping hung up the phone instantly. He snorted in his heart. Forget it. It's only 500 caddies. Forget it. I don't like it. I'll just casually go down to the catacombs. It's better than wasting my breath on you. As for Li Zhen and Nan Yunhua, he remembered these 2 martial kings in his heart this time. In the past, it was only old Zhang who did this shameless thing. Now these 2 were following suit. Could it be that martial artists were ready to be shameless when they reached a desperate situation? On my desperate day, when you'll all cry, Fong Ping made up his mind. Wait and see. Maybe I don't have to be martial king. I'll also have a vitality of 1,000,000 cal and hammer you to death. At the same time, capital city. Zhang Tao was a little dazed. Yes, am I a martial king so shameless? A few holy lands only gave me 1,000 caddies of energy stones. I thought it was quite a lot before. However, after what Fong Ping said, Wang Tringhai and the rest could earn 1,500 caddies just by running errands. I went to a few holy lands, and this is all I got? They're going too far. 1,000 caddies. A few old things. Do they think I, a martial king, am easy to bully? Next door, in another office, Wang Tringhai's head hurt. What was wrong with him? Was he talking about energy stones? 1,000 caddies. Was it too little? What was wrong with the minister? When he came back, he was still in high spirits. He got 1,000 caddies, ran errands, and earned a lot. Why did he feel that others were looking down on him now? Crazy! Wang Tringhai cursed in his heart. Did they really think that rank 9 energy stones were cabbages? I remember that in the past the minister would be all smiles for 1 caddy of energy stones. What's going on now? Sino Nation's martial arts culture. seems to have changed a little. Weren't energy stones measured in grams in the past? Old Wang pondered for a while. When did this change in culture start? Right. It started from the Battle of Tiananmen. That day, Fang Ping used caddies to measure life essence, shocking everyone. From then on, the unit of caddies was considered to have stepped onto the stage. In the past, we used to use grams, okay? P.S. Let me explain. I think what I wrote was quite clear. Maybe the change in names made everyone confused. Monster plants, demon life royal court, not demons. It's humans, catacombs humans, they're all humans. Guardian royal court and 10,000 demon royal court are demons. Guardian royal court demons are the kind of domestic demons, such as rank, 9 monster plants, and monsters. 10,000 demon royal court demons are wild demons, the kind of demon that has become a forbidden land in the outer realm. Recently, I've discovered that a lot of book friends are talking about this. Let me explain. Maybe it's my fault, maybe it's your fault. No matter who it is, it's ruined now. I'm still missing a basic update. I'll update it as soon as possible in the next few days. Chapter 712. For the next few days, Fang Ping was splitting his vitality. It had to be said that splitting his vitality improved his control over his strength significantly, especially for martial artists like Fang Ping, who had never practiced fine control before. After trying this method for the first time for a few days, he realized that his control over his strength had improved a lot. Fang Ping's closed-door cultivation this time was not focused on elevating his realm. This was probably the first time in more than 2 years that Fang Ping seriously tried to improve his control over his strength. In the past, Fang Ping had always thought that elevating his realm was the most important. The suppression of realms was enough to offset a martial artist's lack of strength control. But now, Fang Ping had a new feeling. With the elevation of realms, unless there was a huge gap, would a normal rank 9 be a match for Li Changsheng? The rank 8 Li Changsheng was comparable to a powerhouse in the origin path. This was proof, although it was related to the unification of 10,000 Daos. Even if the unification of 10,000 Daos did not have enough strength control, he would not be as strong as Old Manly. If he was not strong in the same realm, what could he do even if he was at the peak? Old Zhang was strong. Li Zhen was strong. That was why the effect of these desperation realms on the battlefield was much greater than the average peak. 1 against 2, 1 against 3. They even had the combat power to kill a true king. Such a powerhouse was the existence that deterred the catacombs. Battle King, Martial King, and Hell King. These 3 desperation realms could even fight 6 or 7 true king powerhouses, including a top powerhouse like subduing Heavenly King. The 4 of them could block 10 true king powerhouses. This was the crushing advantage of same-ranked combat strength. Since he could not enter the Emperor realm, the crushing advantage of realms did not exist. It was necessary to become an invincible powerhouse in the same rank. Fang Ping had been in closed-door cultivation from the 11th all the way until the 25th. Only then did he emerge from the underground. Half a month. In this half a month, he could already split his vitality to about 5 calories. The speed was extremely fast because he did not sleep or rest to try. If a normal martial artist wanted to complete this kind of subtle strength control in half a month, their mentality would have long been depleted. My strength control is about 60% now. It's not bad. From 10 calories to 5 calories, there was only so much improvement. The more finely he split, the higher his control. When he split his vitality to 4 calories and could maintain it for a long time, Fang Ping could reach at least about 70% control. 4 calories was Li Changsheng's previous level. When Old Man Li reached rank 8, he advanced quickly and did not have much time to adapt. His control over his own strength was actually not as good as before. However, he had that kind of experience. Now that he had settled down and slowly mastered it, he should be able to improve in no time. This was something that Fang Ping could not compare to at the moment. The division of strength not only improved Fong Ping's control, but it also made Fong Ping's use of combat techniques smoother. Zhang Tao and the others had created this combat technique for Fong Ping. Initially, in Fong Ping's eyes, Zhang Tao and the others had only provided him with an idea. Using the Golden House to trap the enemy within a small space, he would use his powerful physical strength and vital energy to kill the enemy. Rather than calling it a battle technique, it would be more accurate to call it a method to deal with the enemy. Now, Fong Ping realized the error in his understanding. The combat techniques created by Zhang Tao and the others were not what he understood them to be. The real battle technique was in some moves that he had neglected before, some explosive means of strength. Actually, they were just some small moves used in close combat. This was actually a kind of strength reorganization, which allowed Fong Ping to explode with more powerful strength. Before this, Fong Ping really did not pay much attention to this. Actually, old Zhang and the others provided me with a variety of strength reorganization plans, which meant that I would try to arrange the strength combinations and see which combination would make my explosive power stronger. Before this, I was always focused on the Golden House, so I didn't think about it. The combination of power wasn't something to be messed with. If they were random, they would lose control of the strength and even conflict with the body. If the 10,000 calories vitality was not combined correctly, half of the body would be consumed, and it might only be able to explode with 5,000 calories destructive power. If the combination was right and suitable for Fong Ping, the 10,000 calories might explode with damage of 12,000 calories vitality. Fong Ping, who had reached rank 8, had a clear understanding of strength for the first time. Walking out from underground, Fong Ping inhaled a breath of fresh air and checked his stats again. Wealth, 41 million points vitality, 62,000 calories, 64,000 calories. Mentality, 3,210 hertz, 3,355 hertz. Destructive force, 24 yuan, bones honed. 206 bones, 100%, storage space, 1,000 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute plus. In this half a month, his vitality did not increase much, and so did his mentality. However, his combat strength had definitely increased by a large margin. The control of vitality strength was also the control of overall strength. In the past, if Fong Ping could unleash 50% of his own strength, he could only unleash 12 yuans of destruction power. 1 yuans of vitality power was equivalent to 5,000 calories vitality force, so he could unleash 60,000 calories vitality damage. Now, Fong Ping could explode with close to 15 yuan of destructive force, which was 75,000 calories vitality damage. This was the limit that Fong Ping could reach. If he had a better grasp of combat techniques, he might eventually reach 80,000 calories vitality damage. Normal high-ranked martial artists used celestiality to fight. 1 LUN of celestiality was equivalent to 500 calories vitality strength, so he would need more than 160 LUN of celestiality to be able to match Fong Ping. The power of heaven and earth was related to one's mental strength. 160 LUN of celestiality was equivalent to the consumption of 1,600 hertz mentality. Merging mentality into vitality force and converting it into celestiality required time and a higher level of control. Generally, only middle stage rank 8 powerhouses could achieve 160 LUN celestiality outburst. In other words, the current Fong Ping truly possessed the combat strength of a middle stage rank 8. His combat strength was between rank 8 third level and 5th level, depending on how well these powerhouses could control their strength. Destructive force can avoid the flaw of insufficient mentality. Now I'm starting to understand why there are different paths for ancient martial artists. Fong Ping also had an understanding of the ancient martial artists' martial arts path. In the past, he had a rough understanding of it. Now Fong Ping understood. Powerhouses who walked the path of the physique actually used destructive force as a means of combat to avoid the flaw of insufficient mentality. Powerhouses who walked the path of mentality might turn to celestiality for combat because their physiques were not strong enough. If that's the case, destructive force might be a form of combat strength used by physique martial artists. Martial artists with strong mentality might use celestiality for combat. As for Old Man Lee, he used vitality force in the truest sense of the word. That was why his explosive power was stronger, but because of that his vitality was not sufficient. That was why Old Man Lee was only suitable for quick battles. Martial artists who used celestiality for the same 100,000 calories vitality outburst only needed to have 2,000 hertz mentality and 20,000 calories vitality force. Martial artists who used destructive force only needed to have 20 units of destructive force outburst. As for Old Man Lee, his vitality strength was twice that of a normal person, so he needed to have 50,000 calories vitality force outburst. Under such circumstances, if Old Man Lee fought a protracted battle, he would not be able to outlast his opponent. That was why he could only end the battle quickly, using absolute destructive power to crush his opponent. No wonder people called him one-sword hero. They really did call him from the middle ranks to the high ranks. Fong Ping could not help but laugh in his heart. He had also discovered some flaws in infinite unification. As expected, the martial arts path would not be so biased. Infinite unification was strong, but it was not so strong that it was invincible. Old Man Lee was invincible, but that was because of his strong control and explosive power, not because of infinite unification. Fong Ping felt that he had gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation. He had thoroughly sorted out all kinds of problems on the martial arts path. Otherwise, according to his previous muddle-headedness, when he reached rank 9, Fong Ping might not be able to walk out of his own path. A martial artist who did not have a clear understanding of martial arts still wanted to walk out of his own path. It was a fool's dream. In the Crystal Tower, in the hall on the first floor, the tables and chairs that Fong Ping had brought back from the land of boundaries were placed. They shone with golden light. If an ordinary person saw this, they might think that it was the style of a nouveau riche that these things were built with gold. If an expert saw it, they would only feel shocked. Furniture ornaments made from the torso of a rank 8 monster plant. This was not just a problem of being a nouveau riche. The key was that he was strong. If he was not strong, how could he kill a rank 8 monster plant? In the hall, Chun Yunchi was talking to Bairuoshi. When she saw Fong Ping coming out from underground, Chun Yunchi hurriedly said, "Fong Ping, teacher is looking for you." Although Chun Yunchi was Lu Fengru's student now, her first instructor in MCMAU was still Bairuoshi. She was also closer to Bairuoshi. Lu Fengru actually did not care much about her. Back then, when Bairuoshi was injured, she entrusted Chun Yunchi to her. After Bairuoshi returned, Lu Fengru did not really treat herself as Chun Yunchi's teacher. Therefore, nowadays, when Chun Yunchi's teacher was mentioned, most people would refer to her as Bairuoshi. Fong Ping heard that and smiled. "Teacher Bai, please sit down. Did Fong Yuan cause trouble for you again?" "No, Fong Yuan is quite good." Bairuoshi smiled. Previously, when she made the decision to let Fong Yuan do the mission, Fong Ping did not treat her well. However, the last time Fong Yuan stood under Fong Ping's tower for 9 days and 9 nights. After that, Fong Ping did not care about these things anymore. Fong Ping greeted them as he sat down. He looked at Chun Yunchi and said, "I remember that I still have some life essence. Use the leaves of the Tianmen tree to make some tea. Since teacher is here, wouldn't it be too shabby to serve her with ordinary tea?" Bairuoshi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She watched as Chun Yunchi ran off to make tea and shook her head, helplessly. After she left, she laughed and said, "That's too extravagant. In the entire martial arts world, you're probably the only one who would do this." Fong Ping chuckled. "This is the only fun I have. It makes people think that I'm extravagant and rich. Otherwise, I'd really be walking at night in luxurious clothes. Snatching some resources in the catacombs can be said to be difficult, but it can also be said to be simple. I have to enjoy some of it myself. Otherwise, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? Bai Ruashi laughed again and said softly, "What do you plan to do with Yunshi?" "She's almost treating this place as her home now. Right now, there are 3 points and 1 line. The Martial Arts Society, the Grandmaster Tower, and the Catacombs. You've also reached rank 8, and Yunshi is almost rank 6. Fong Ping leaned on the chair and said with a relaxed expression, "That's it for now. I can't say what plans I have. There's no tomorrow. Now, the trend of the Catacombs' full-scale attack is becoming more and more obvious. Monster life and monster plant dynasties are already eyeing us covetously. In the past, each catacombs was a city. We were fighting against a portion of the forces. Instructor Bai also realized that now there are more and more enemies. 2 cities, 3 cities alliance is already a common occurrence. This situation will continue to worsen. I'm afraid that it won't be long before all parties reach an agreement. When that time comes, that will be the true alliance of one region. When that time comes, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of wars. The outer region will definitely be in chaos first. People like us will have to participate in the war." Talking about these at this time, Fong Ping shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "Instructor Bai, aren't you single too? Why didn't you consider it?" Bai Ruashi laughed and said slowly, "You know quite a lot. It's not that I didn't consider it. I also graduated from MCMAU 10 years ago. 11 years ago, I was the vice president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. At that time, there was also a president. He was also a prodigy of his generation. Of course, he can't be compared to you guys now. However, at that time, he was the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society with his peak rank for ability. He was also a rare prodigy martial artist." Fong Ping frowned slightly. Without waiting for her to finish, he suddenly laughed and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore." He knew. 11 years ago, MCMAU had a prodigy president. However, that year, something big happened. Wu Quishan's matter. He led a team into the catacombs, and almost all of them were wiped out. That president was included because the other party was Wu Quishan's student, a 22-year-old peak rank for powerhouse. 11 years ago, it was not easy to reach this stage. If it was today, 33 years old, he might have already entered rank 7. As soon as Bai Ruashi said this, Fong Ping knew what she meant. Bai Ruashi laughed and said, "Let me finish. It's not what you think. There's nothing between me and him. It's just that for many years I've been regretting it. Back then, I admired him very much, but I was ashamed of my own inferiority. I didn't dare to say it. When he died in the catacombs, I cried, regretted, and regretted it. I'm not as good as Yunshi. If I had Yunshi's courage back then, maybe it would be a completely different life. Maybe I would have died in the catacombs with him. Maybe he wouldn't have gone to the catacombs at all. No matter what, if I dared to say it back then, I wouldn't feel too much regret all these years. At least I had it. Fong Ping, martial artists are all precarious. You're not the only one. You're worried that you'll die in the catacombs, but what about Yunshi? If one day she dies in the catacombs, will you regret that you didn't say something today? Will she regret that she didn't get an accurate answer even before she died?" Fong Ping was slightly stunned. After a moment, he suddenly laughed and said, "Yunshi, is the tea ready?" "It's ready." Behind him, Chun Yunshi's face was slightly red. She poured a cup of tea for Fong Ping and Bai Ruashi. Bai Ruashi chuckled and did not continue. She picked up the teacup and took a sip, revealing a satisfied expression. Using the life essence to make tea, and the tea leaves were the leaves of a rank 9 monster plant. Not many people could enjoy this kind of enjoyment. Without continuing the topic of Chun Yunshi, Bai Ruashi quickly returned to the topic at hand. "It's like this. Recently, not only Sino Nation, but other parts of the world, there have been some catacombs that have broken out in war. In Java, a catacomb was breached this morning, causing an earthquake and a tsunami. Fortunately, it was on an island, so the civilian casualties were not too high. Only a few hundred people died. Very quickly, it was settled by powerhouses from all over the country. However, the situation now is urgent. The Ministry of Education has sent a letter, and they may announce the catacombs in full in the near future. When that time comes, it may cause some chaos. The Ministry of Education wants all martial arts universities, Department of Investigation Services, and the military to be prepared to prevent people with ulterior motives from taking advantage of the situation. This time, the timing was just right. Coincidentally, most of the evil sect's forces were wiped out, and these people did not have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Taking advantage of this time to fully announce the catacombs so that the people can be somewhat prepared, so that when the war really comes, they will not collapse instantly. Recently, the Otherworld invasion game has been very popular. The younger generation has a clear understanding of the catacombs. The movie is also being promoted, and the guiding work is almost done. At this point, in fact, ordinary people are already suspicious. Moreover, as the number of people who know about it increases, the development of the internet and the smoothness of the information exchange, it is impossible to hide it. Recently, the discussion on the internet has been very intense. In the past, only rank 3 and above martial artists would know about it. But now martial arts universities everywhere have completely publicized the catacombs. Coupled with the expansion of enrollment, there are even more martial artists. At this point, there is no need to continue to hide it and let the people speculate. After saying that, Bairuashi continued, "Moreover, the intention of the various departments is to clear the names of the martial artists and soldiers who died in the catacombs. These years, since the beginning of the neo-martial arts era, martial artists and soldiers have been stationed in the catacombs. 89 years. In these 89 years, the number of soldiers who died in battle is close to 1 million. The number of martial artists who died in battle is close to 200,000. The sacrifice of these millions of people must also be remembered by everyone. It did not sound like a lot. In the 90 years, more than 10,000 soldiers died in battle every year. The number of martial artists was even fewer, only about 2,000 each year. However, it also depends on the era. At that time, the number of martial artists was pitifully small. On average, more than 2,000 martial artists died in battle every year. This was not a small number. At the beginning of the neo-martial arts era, 2,000 people was probably 20% of the country's martial artists. At that time, Sino Nation might only have a little more than 10,000 martial artists. Based on that situation, after 5 years, all the martial artists would have died. Of course, there were fewer catacombs and fewer entrances in the early stages. The number of martial artists who died in the early stages was actually not that high, but the ratio of those who died in battle was definitely not low. As for the soldiers, the troops who entered the catacombs were definitely the most elite batch. More than 10,000 people died in battle every year, which was also an unbearable loss. It was only in the past few years that the flow of information was not convenient. Compared to the huge Sino nation, 10,000 people was not worth mentioning, which was why there was no turmoil. Is it going to be made public? Fong Ping murmured softly. After a moment, he nodded and said, "It is going to be made public. The ancestors who sacrificed in the catacombs must be remembered. Martial artists also need to be cleared. We are not a group of privileged people who only know how to be greedy and enjoy. Call the Ministry of Education back. MCMAU will cooperate well and do a good job in maintaining stability. The students will receive a mission to cooperate with the government in the near future. Make all preparations and proceed smoothly." There were more than 10,000 MCMAU martial artists. Among the current forces, it was also a huge force. It was still extremely necessary for MCMAU to cooperate. Bairuashi responded and said, "Not only that, the department wants you to cooperate with some publicity." You, Wang Jinyang, both of you are the prodigies of the current generation. You are also the true Grandmaster-level powerhouses who walked out from among the ordinary people. Moreover, both of you are young, and you are the idols of today's teenagers. The hope is still pinned on the teenagers. If you cooperate with the publicity, the effect will be better. Also, there are a few movies that have been filmed recently, all of which are based on the theme of the recent war. This includes the Battle of Skygate and the Battle of Tiannan. You have participated in these battles before. You were even the leader of the Battle of Skygate. Including the upcoming Battle of Forbidden City, it might also be filmed. As the person involved, you can also dispel some of the public's worries. After all, these few battles have been great victories. Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, "Blindly talking about victory may not be a good thing." Bai Ruashi nodded and said, "That's why we will also hold a public national memorial to commemorate the millions of brave souls who have sacrificed their lives for peace and to protect mankind all these years. We can let the people feel the tragedy and pressure, but we can't crush them. Therefore, this time, we need your cooperation to give the public some confidence." Fang Ping exhaled softly and said, "All right, I have no opinion on this. Since there aren't many things to do recently, I'll make a trip." As he said that, Fang Ping asked, "Is there anything else?" Bai Ruashi smiled and said, "Yes, Dean Chen, Dean Su, and Dean who are probably not far from breaking through. There was an overflow of qi earlier. MCMAU may soon have 3 more Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Dean Liu and Dean Tang have also officially entered middle stage rank 7. Dean Huang's skull-honing speed is extremely fast. Maybe in the near future, MCMAU will have another rank 8 powerhouse." Fang Ping heard that and smiled. "This is a joyous occasion." Bai Ruashi continued, "Other than that, Xia Lei has already entered rank 6. Zhao Xuemei and the others have all entered rank 5. Zhang Yu has also reached upper stage rank 5. He's not far from peak, and rank 6 is also not far away. Among the instructors, their strength is also improving rapidly. These were all matters within MCMAU. Outside the school, there were also joyous events. Fu Changding's grandfather, the CCMAU instructor, had officially entered rank 7. CCMAU had another Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Nanjiang's Zhang Dingnan had suffered serious injuries in the Nanjiang Catacombs battle. However, these days, not only had his injuries healed, but he had also advanced and entered upper stage rank 7. Zhang Dingnan's breakthrough was something that happened during Fang Ping's high school days. In just over 2 years, Zhang Dingnan could still break through upper stage rank 7 despite his injuries. He was also very talented. NMAU had not produced any grandmasters since the fall of the old NMAU vice-chancellor, except for Old Wang. This time, both vice-chancellor and vice-chancellor had both entered mentality, vitality, oneness. Old Wang's efforts were not in vain. NMAU might soon have 2 grandmaster-level powerhouses, including Old Wang. There would be as many as 3. This was also the first time in history. Other than that, Donglin's governor and Beijiang's military commander, the 2 rank 7 powerhouses who were previously ranked above Fang Ping, had also entered rank 8 in just a short period of time. Needless to say, it had something to do with cultivation methods. Both of them cultivated their brain cores, and their mentality became stronger. Honing the skull required the coordination of mentality, and both of them were only 1 step away from cultivating the skull. Now that their mentality had become stronger, breaking through to rank 8 was also a matter of course. Among rank 8, CCMAU's old vice-chancellor seemed to be welcoming a second spring. Rumor had it that he had been in closed-door cultivation recently and rank 9 might be imminent. It was not only the old CCMAU vice-chancellor. After the battle with Elder 8, Nan Yunping had also returned to closed-door cultivation this time. there might be hope for rank 9 as well. Her sister, Nan Yunua, had already reached the impasse realm, and she was still stuck at rank 8. This time, she might also feel the huge pressure. Other than these people, Minister Wang of the Education Department, Deputy Commander Zhou of the Military Department, and the Deputy Commander who fought 1 against 3 in the Nanjiang catacombs that day had all chosen to go into closed-door cultivation recently, and there was hope for rank 9. Also, Fang Ping suddenly understood why the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association dared to rank him last. He heard that among the 2 presidents, the main one was already in closed-door cultivation, and there seemed to be hope for rank 9. The deputy president, who was also President Liu, was also in closed-door cultivation, and there was hope for rank 8. Once one of them achieved rank 9, and the other rank 8, the Martial Arts Association would be much more powerful. If Fang Ping did not achieve rank 9, they were not afraid of him. The next time a rank 9 dared to threaten them, the 2 presidents would probably ignore the other party. Unless it was a paragon. Fang Ping had only been in closed-door cultivation for half a month, but the world had changed a lot. Some of the older powerhouses seemed to have broken through the final bottleneck after obtaining the cultivation methods, rapidly completing the coiling of the celestial bridge, the materialization of the brain, and were about to enter the advancement period. The neo-martial arts era was close to 100 years of accumulation. The time was not long, but these days it ushered in an explosive period. There was hope for Sino Nation's rank 9 Grandmaster ranking to break through 50 people. After Bai Ruoshi finished talking about these news, Fang Ping was also in a good mood. Fighting against the catacombs was not a matter of 1 or 2 people. Without reaching the Emperor realm, people as strong as the subduing Heavenly King and the others could not change the overall situation. However, once powerhouses surged out one after another and there were a few more paragons, some things would be much easier to handle. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 713. At the end of October, the government began to build momentum. They did not announce the news at the beginning. The news first spread on the internet. I heard that the game Invasion of the Other World is based on reality. If there really is an alternate world in the human world, would anyone still want to be a martial artist? Has anyone seen the previous movies Battle of Vengeance and Armageddon? I heard that there are prototypes. I heard that many powerhouses died in the alternate world. Is that true? I heard that. On the internet, there were rumors of hearsay everywhere. The news became more and more intense. Countless people participated in the discussion. Was it true? Was the game real? Were the movies real? Did the alternate world really exist? With all kinds of doubts, the discussion became more intense. Countless people sent inquiries to the government. Was it true? Especially the parents of some martial arts university students. These days, they called their children 3 times a day. Was it true? Many people had seen the 2 movies that were released recently. Battle of Vengeance was about the battle in Skygate City. The battle was quite tragic. Although not many humans died in the battle, Battle of Vengeance did not focus on high-ranked powerhouses. Instead, it was a movie with middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists as the main characters. In the movie, a familiar fatty died in the alternate world. The lover of a prodigy martial artist died in the alternate world. Some people's instructors died in the battle. Some people's brothers died in the battle. These people were the main characters of the movie. Battle of Vengeance was about a grudge that spanned 60 years of history. It was a battle between 2 major forces. At the beginning of the movie, the past was recounted through memories. Among them, there was an old man who spanned 60 years of history. Before the great battle, he died in the alternate world. It was also because of this old man's death that a series of unforeseen events followed. In the end, Battle of Vengeance hit the main point. The human powerhouses destroyed Skygate City. Yes, Skygate City. MCMAU's name was changed. But Skygate City's name remained unchanged. Those who knew, and those who did not would not know. Some of the past deeds of the human leaders in this battle were also presented in the movie. Wu Quishan and Lu Fengru. Their daughter died in the alternate world. Li Changxing's teacher was that old man. He had almost died at the hands of the Lord of Heaven Gate City. Although the young Fang Ping did not have any family members who had died at the hands of Skygate City's people, he had witnessed the death of the vice-chancellor, his teachers, and his classmates. The entire movie also depicted many of Fang Ping's psychological changes. From practicing martial arts for the sake of power and privilege, to the end he became a hero and leader who led mankind to defeat their enemies. The government was building up momentum. It was also Fang Ping's first time watching 2 movies. The last time Zhang Tao said he wanted to film, Fang Ping thought it would take a long time. He did not expect it to be aired so soon. With the country taking the lead, some things were too simple. Moreover, most of the actors were martial artists, so the efficiency was even faster. As he watched the movie, scenes flashed through Fang Ping's mind. Out of the many times he went to the catacombs, the one that affected him the most was his first time. The first time he went to the catacombs, he saw many people die. There were teachers, students, and even the old man who had led MCMAU for 60 years. Not only that old man, but many other old grandmasters also rushed to the battlefield and perished together with the enemy. At that moment, Fang Ping was shocked beyond belief. At that moment, Fang Ping truly understood what it meant to be a grandmaster. In the face of a national crisis, what did personal life and death matter? When martial arts were cultivated to the illuminating realm, with a hearty laugh they would bravely die. That was the backbone of mankind. That day, when he walked out of the catacombs, a powerhouse sang a sad song. Last year on this day in this sect, the faces of people and peach blossoms reflected each other red. Fang Ping felt an indescribable pain, an indescribable desolation. It was also at that time that he felt what a martial artist was. Responsibility. When the war began, the powerhouses let the weak retreat, let the young go first, and fought until the last moment, until the end of their lives. It was also from that time onward that Fang Ping improved rapidly. In a short time he advanced to rank 8. Now his old friends had passed away. What appeared on the screen was not them, but it still made Fang Ping fall into silence. In the theater, Fang Ping was not the only one. At this moment, a few people had fallen into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Fengqing suddenly laughed and said, "I can't do it. The guy who played me is too useless. He's only rank 3, and he can't even use flight step. What the hell is he doing? Do I look that useless? Also, I kill people with 1 slash. Motherf asterisk her, this pretty boy is playing a game with him. He slashed him dozens of times, but he's not dead. What the hell is he doing?" Qin Fengqing cursed for a while, feeling that this relatively well-known actor was an insult to him. He's only a rank 3. Can he act like a rank 6 powerhouse? How can you kill people like that? When a martial artist wields a saber, it must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Every slash must be fatal. Every move must be aimed at killing the enemy. They actually fought back and forth for dozens of rounds. After a while, he defended himself. "I wasn't so miserable that day. I was almost killed. Bullsh asterisk T. I was strong until the end. I kept killing people until my hands went limp. How can that be? Also, what the hell is this director doing? I'm so busy killing people that I don't have time to talk about love. He even found me a girlfriend. My girlfriend screamed and cried during the big battle. Idiot. Since this woman joined the battle, she must be killing the enemy. She's not AF asterisk king fool. Why is she staring at me at this time? Isn't she afraid of being hacked to death? Isn't she afraid of affecting my performance? All in all, the person who made this movie is an idiot. It's complete bullsh asterisk T. Qin Fengqing made the movie sound like there was nothing good about it. Fang Ping and Ironhead were too lazy to reply. If they did not film it like this, would anyone watch it? From the beginning to the end, it was just killing, killing, killing. During the big battle that day, no one had the mood to observe so much. What interaction? All they did was kill. If a movie like this was made, not many people would watch it. Only if they made some of this, now, would people buy it. Beside him, Li Hansong rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "I wonder who was it that was killed that day until he cried for his parents, asking me and Old Wang to save him. You should film it and let people know your true colors. At the same time, tell everyone how shameless you, Qin Fengqing, are. You don't even know how many times you've shouted, 'Master, save me.'" Qin Fengqing's face darkened. "Ironhead, this bastard. Fine, I'll remember this. Just you wait. I'll let you bring this up every day." Li Hansong did not care about him. After saying that, he asked, "Why aren't the Jiao and the rest here?" Fong Ping laughed. "That's normal. We can't give everyone the feeling that the monsters are on our side. That would be a big problem. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts. They were ferocious and vicious. Nowadays, some people don't think deeply. If they say that this is an adaptation of a real event and think that the monsters are on their side when they become martial artists and enter the catacombs in the future, thinking that they're on the same side, what do you think will happen to them? Death." Li Hansong understood. He had almost forgotten about this. If he really gave everyone a preconceived impression, when they encountered the monsters in the future, these fools would think that they could communicate with them. Just wait for death. Fong Ping did not continue this topic. Instead, he looked at Li Hansong and said curiously, "Speaking of which, I just found out that your parents are still alive. Blame me for being too direct. But I don't think I've heard you mention it. Ironhead, are your parents martial artists too?" In the movie, there were also figures of people like Ironhead and Old Wang, including when they left home at a young age, seeking a breakthrough in martial arts and finally participating in the big battle. There was some narration. Li Hansong grinned. "Nonsense. Of course my parents are still alive. But when martial artists reach our level, they're too busy. How can they have so much time to go home and reunite with their families? My father is a rank 4 martial artist. Actually, he's from the military department. He's a commander-in-chief in the capital city military department. My mother is a rank 3 martial artist. Now, she's also rank 4. She doesn't hold a position in the government. Instead, she started her own company. You know, there aren't many big battles in the capital city catacombs. If there are, it's a big battle between high ranks. That's why my father's place is relatively safe." As Li Hansong spoke, he looked at Fong Ping and said, "Isn't it the same for you? Your family is here in Magic City. You haven't been back for a long time." Fong Ping chuckled. "I haven't been back because I have a little ancestor at home. I see that she often runs home, so I haven't gone back. After all, there are many things to do. What about you? Take some time to go home and see more. Your parents are both martial artists. It's more dangerous." Li Hansong nodded and smiled quickly. "Old Wang is the best. Family reunion. I heard that his parents are on the same floor as his in-laws. Ha ha ha." A few people in the theater suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Fengqing grinned. "Old Wang will probably flip out if he hears this." "You don't say. His little wife is quite devoted to him. Didn't you watch the movie? Senior, don't go." "Senior, I'll wait for you." Ha ha ha, Qin Fengqing laughed. Wang Jinyang did not have a lot of space in Battle of Vengeance. However, Armageddon was only about the battle in Tiananmen. Old Wang was the main character, at least relatively speaking. Armageddon was about a young martial artist who cultivated hard in order to save his teacher. He went deep into the enemy's camp and narrowly escaped death to save his teacher. That was why Old Wang had a lot of space in Armageddon. His little child bride had also been taken out of the movie many times. Fong Ping and the others could not help but laugh. Qin Fengqing continued, "If we announce it to the public this time, it'll be better for us. Although my mother doesn't know my exact situation, she knows that I've definitely gone to the catacombs. Fang Ping. On the other hand, if your parents find out, Fang Ping laughed, then sighed softly. Do you really think that your parents and elders are idiots? Some things are already known, but they just don't want to say it. They make you think that they don't know, but in reality, they know very well. It's good to announce it. At least in the movie, I'm invincible. I'm not that dangerous. Having said that, Fang Ping added, All right, let's not talk about this. We'll just cooperate with the official promotion in a few days. Having said that, Fang Ping tapped the table lightly. After this promotion, I'm preparing to go to the catacombs. You're going to the catacombs? Li Hansong frowned. Which catacombs? You're in a dangerous situation now. Dangerous or not, it's the same. Even if I'm not wanted, the catacombs will still want to kill me. It's the same. But I can't always stay above ground. Otherwise, how can I cultivate? This time entering the catacombs. Firstly, I want to get more benefits. Secondly, I want to enter the restricted area. Everyone's expression changed. Enter the restricted area. The restricted area was the real danger. There were hundreds of true kings in the huge, restricted area. It was not like the Outland. No true king could enter no matter how dangerous it was. It was not that easy for a rank 9 powerhouse to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping had some ability to escape. Plus, with the rank 9 combat boots on his feet, it was almost impossible for a weak rank 9 to kill Fang Ping. The real threat to Fang Ping were the Origin Path powerhouses. In the Outland, there were not many Origin Path powerhouses. Take the Magic City Catacombs, for example. The Skygate City Lord and the Skygate Tree were considered strong. The Skygate City Lord did not step into the Origin Path 11 years ago. It was not long ago that he stepped into the Origin Path. This was considered a powerful one because he had been fighting with human martial artists all this time. As for the other city lords, less than half of them were Origin Path powerhouses. In the Outland, Fang Ping's safety was still relatively strong. However, in the restricted area, powerhouses were everywhere. The restricted area was too big, 6 billion square kilometers, 600 times the size of Sino Nation, although the population was not as dense as Sino Nation. According to Zhang Peng, the population of the restricted area was only about 10 billion, but this did not include the demons. Moreover, humans did not know much about the restricted area. 10 billion was just Zhang Peng's estimate. How many powerhouses were there in the restricted area? How many true kings? How many rank 9? Humans did not know much about these. When humans entered the restricted area, other than the king battleground, going anywhere else was practically courting death. Not even the top. Li Hansong took a deep breath and said, Why are you entering the restricted area now? The war is coming soon. Know yourself and the enemy and find out some information. Fang Ping smiled and said, Also, isn't I wanted in the restricted area? Then I'll go in openly and give them a hard slap in the face. Li Hansong was speechless. Are you free? As for finding out information, Minister Zhang and the others won't be clueless. It's hard to say. Fang Ping shook his head and said, Old Zhang and the others can't go in either. At most, they can find out some information through those who are guarding the king battleground. What can they know about other places? Also, I have to see how far the 4 royal courts are prepared. If the war really breaks out, if we don't even know the enemy's strength, what's the point? Right now, the only thing we know is that there are 49 true kings in the monster plant's royal court. That's what they announced to the outside world. But is it true? There are strong and weak true kings too, do you know this? Qin Fengqing looked at him suspiciously and said, You're going in just to find out information? This isn't your style, right? Fang Ping, why do you want to enter the restricted area? Fang Ping licked his lips and smiled. Want to hear the truth? Of course. Simple. Taking advantage of the fact that the Monster Plant's Royal Court and the Monster Plant's Royal Court just cooperated, and now there's a crack. I want to go in and do something so that the two royal courts won't cooperate so easily. Fong Ping took a deep breath and said, "Actually, old Zhang and the others have this idea, but they can't do it, and they don't have the ability to do it. Now that the two royal courts have cooperated, how can there be no pressure? Right now, there are still some gaps between the two sides, especially this time, the monster life royal court's true king has fallen. Now the gap is the biggest. The situation between the two sides can be triggered at any moment. However, if no one makes trouble, no one adds fuel to the fire, these guys are all old guys. They can endure it. Endure it. Once the storm passes, then it'll be nothing. However, if at this time we add fuel to the fire, then it'll definitely not pass so easily. If we kill a few more big shots or important people, maybe both sides will fight until their brains splatter." Li Hansong suddenly frowned. "Fong Ping, it's not that simple. The catacombs martial artists know that you can change your aura." Fong Ping smiled. "But they don't know that I can sneak into the restricted area. Over at Imperial Sea Mountain, they can't enter, and we can't enter either. So, no one would expect me to appear in the restricted area at this time. How are you going to get in?" Fong Ping looked at Qin Fengqing with a smile. Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. After a while, he murmured, "You mean the youth martial arts competition?" Beside him, Li Hansong asked doubtfully, "What?" Qin Fengqing explained, "When Fong Ping and I went to the catacombs to mine, this guy pretended to be a catacombs martial artist and got a lot of information. Over at the catacomb cities, I'm not too sure about other cities, but Monster Sunflower City's city, Lord's House will hold a youth martial arts competition every year. Geniuses with outstanding performances will be sent to the restricted area. At that time, this guy said he wanted to pretend to be a catacombs martial artist, participate in the competition, and enter the restricted area." Qin Fengqing's memory was very good. He had not forgotten about this until now. As soon as Fong Ping said this, he remembered this, and quickly asked, "Is Monster Sunflower City going to hold a youth martial arts competition?" Fong Ping smiled. "It should be. Recently, there's information in Magic City's catacombs. Some of the small cities and villages near Monster Sunflower City. Young martial artists from these places are all gathering towards Monster Sunflower City. Monster Sunflower City's selection of geniuses are all middle ranks. Low ranks usually don't participate. You guys, if I participate, wouldn't it be easy? You look like this." Before Qin Fengqing could finish, Fong Ping suddenly rubbed his cheeks hard. After a while, Fong Ping's appearance changed. Qin Fengqing's face was blank, and after a while he asked, "How did you do it?" "It's simple." Fong Ping smiled. "Actually, it's not considered difficult. Rank 8 can usually do it. It's just not necessary." The current Fong Ping was very similar to Qin Fengqing. Fong Ping smiled. "What is a golden body? A golden body powerhouse is already a true existence of gods and Buddhas. Their corporeal bodies are incomparably strong. Being strong is built on the fact that the corporeal body is ever-changing. Broken limbs can regrow, even to the point of being reborn from a single drop of blood. As long as my origin is not destroyed, my mentality is not destroyed, and the existence of indestructible substances, then even if I'm beaten until I'm left with only a drop of blood, I can still be reborn. Of course, this requires time and a lot of indestructible substances. This is a golden body powerhouse. As for changing the cell reorganization, it's not difficult. It's the same principle as splitting vitality force, simpler. Splitting cells is much easier than splitting vitality. This time I've been in closed-door cultivation for many days, splitting vitality all the time, and I've thought of this. Compared to plastic surgery, this is called authentic and even more awesome. However, for martial artists, changing your appearance is useless. Once your aura is revealed, no matter how you change, you're still you. But for me, that's different." Fong Ping chuckled. "At rank 8, to me, being able to reorganize my golden body is like a fish in water. Say, if I get rid of Feng Yeshing, replace him, and kill Ji Yao, wouldn't that be very interesting? Li Hansong still frowned. It's fine once, but a few times other people aren't stupid. Would they really not know that there's a problem? Fong Ping smiled. It doesn't matter. After this once, even if I don't stir up trouble next time, they'll have to guard against the people around them. They'll think, could this guy be Fong Ping in disguise? Moreover, if he doesn't expose himself, then that's even better. Let the two majestic courts fight and become estranged. Even if it's only for a while, it'll make things easier for us. As Fong Ping said that, he added, I won't bring you guys this time. You guys do what you need to do. As for me, I won't tell too many people. It's best if you guys say that I'm still in closed-door cultivation. I trust you guys. That's why I'm mentioning this to you guys. If the evil sect finds out and divulges it, then I'll be in trouble. Although the incident with Qin Fingqing's cauldron has been thoroughly investigated, we still have to be on guard. If there's any secret in the future, just use your mentality to communicate. Other than people like old Zhang who can eavesdrop without a sound, the others can't do it. Moreover, the paragons won't do this all the time. Old Zhang and the rest's mentality covers us. We might not realize it, but the other paragons will still know. That's why we can keep the secret safer this way. Both of them nodded. Qin Fengqing thought for a while and said, You want to sneak into Monster Sunflower City? It's not that simple. Monster Sunflower City's youth martial arts competition definitely has some qualification requirements. Kill someone who's qualified, then impersonate him. Fong Ping chuckled. How simple. However, this matter requires cooperation. We have to make Monster Sunflower City a little more chaotic. If it's not chaotic, then it'll be easier to be exposed. However, if it's chaotic, then it'll be simple. Since MCMAU wants to take over Magic City's catacombs, and now the military department also has the same intention, then we should at least have a good start. There are still many powerhouses in Monster Sunflower City. There are even 2 rank 8s. There are also many rank 7s. If we take this opportunity to kill a batch, then it'll be much easier. Also, I can't impersonate someone who's too weak. It'd be best if they're peak rank 6. It'd be best if they have a rank 8 or 9 at home. If their status is low, no one will pay attention to the catacombs' powerhouse's conduct. If I kill the grandson of Monster Sunflower City's city lord and replace him, even if I go to the restricted area, I'll still have some status. Therefore, I still have to ask around for information. At the same time, I have to kill the elder that I want to replace that person. Otherwise, if they're too familiar, it'll be easy to be exposed. Even if I don't kill them, I have to seriously injure them so that both parties won't have time to interact. This is in line with my expectations. It's difficult for me to go to the catacombs now. It's not suitable for me now. Qin Fengqing, you and Ironhead are in charge of this. Ask around for some information and make preparations. When I come back from the restricted area, I'll completely annihilate Monster Sunflower City. I've been eyeing that big sunflower for a long time. Li Hansong muttered, How about? I go too. Forget it. You'll be exposed if you're 1,000 meters away from me. Don't tell me we can stick together every day. If we separate in the restricted area, not only will you be exposed, I'll be exposed too. That'll be troublesome. If I go, I'll go alone. As Fong Ping said that, he calculated for a while before saying, When I go in, I'll definitely have to kill a group of important people. Do you guys think we should mention this to old Zhang? It's better to say it, at least at the critical moment. If you're exposed, there'll be someone to back you up. Li Hansong said seriously, Otherwise, you won't even have someone to back you up. Even if you escape to Mount Imperial Sea, you might not be able to come back. Minister Zhang is still very strong. If he makes a move at the critical moment, he can save your life. Also, we have to listen to the minister's opinion. You're thinking of messing up the 2 royal courts, but it might not be in line with the minister's plans and expectations. If you mess things up, it'll be even more troublesome. That's true. Fong Ping tapped the table lightly. After a while, he said, "Let's put it this way first. We'll talk about the specifics later." "I actually have another purpose for going this time." Fong Ping narrowed his eyes. "I'll go and see if the brain nucleus cultivation method has been spread to the restricted area." Both of them frowned. Right now, old Zhang was only passing it on to trustworthy martial artists. If this spread to the restricted area, then it meant that the matter was serious. Old Zhang said that he did not pass it on to Zhao Xingwu. Whether it was true or not, it meant that old Zhang was confident that Zhao Xingwu would not pass it to the restricted area. It would be fine if it did not spread to the restricted area. If it did, then it meant that some of the people who were passing it on now still had problems inside. Seeing the serious expressions on both of their faces, Fong Ping could not help but laugh. "I'm just going to take a look. It might not be like this. Also, I'll go and stay for a while longer this time. To be honest, every time I go into the catacombs, it's only for a short period of time. Every time, I'm chased back by someone. Although I've gone down quite a few times, the time I've stayed really isn't much. This time, I'll take advantage of going to the restricted area to admire the environment of the catacombs and look at the beautiful scenery." Qin Fengqin rolled his eyes. "Only you could say something like that." Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 714. At the end of October, the government guided public opinion. After a few days of fermenting, under the watchful eyes of countless people, the government held a press conference on November 1st. The alternate world does exist. This time, the official spokesperson of the press conference was none other than old Zhang, who was there to announce the news. At this moment, old Zhang was no longer as genial as he used to be. He was no longer smiling. His expression was extremely serious. The game Invasion of the Alternate World, including the 2 movies that were released recently, are all based on real events. In Battle of Vengeance, the Alliance Martial Arts University. I think many people can see that it's similar to a martial arts university in reality. Magic City Martial Arts University is the prototype. I think many people still remember that in August this year, MCMAU returned from purging the evil sect. They came back victorious and went around the city to praise their achievements. In reality, that was MCMAU's Battle of Vengeance. They fought for 60 years. MCMAU is not the only one. It's just a microcosm of today's world. Capital City Martial Arts University was founded in 1921. Since 1921, they've been fighting against the catacombs, which is what we call the alternate world martial artists. MCMAU is the same. Everything is real. The truth is crueler than the movies. Zhang Tao's tone was cold. Vice-Chancellor Yu of MCMAU used to be a powerhouse on the rank 8 list. Why did he disappear? In the past 2 years, the number of people on the Grandmaster list has increased, but many familiar faces have also disappeared. Where did these people go? Let me tell you, it's not that their strength has regressed. It's not that they died of illness. Those who have seen Fong Ping's breakthrough know what it means to be a high-ranked powerhouse. Those people died in battle. They died in battle in the catacombs. Although Zhang Tao's tone was calm, it was fluctuating. He said loudly, "What you remember is only some of them, a very small number of them. In the past few years, many people have questioned why martial artists occupy high positions, why they enjoy special privileges. Then let me tell you now, it's because they fought in the front line. In the past 100 years, martial artists and soldiers rushed to the front line, rushed to the battlefield, knowing that they would die, but still calm. In the past few years, almost 1 million soldiers died in battle. 200,000 martial artists died in battle. 2 million people. 2 million heroic souls. And these are those who died in battle in the catacombs. Some were injured, some were crippled, some bled and cried. They are the real heroes. But heroes are nameless. We don't dare to say it. We can't say it. We were afraid. We were afraid that you wouldn't be able to bear it. We were afraid that you would be frightened. So we blocked all information. But this does not mean that we have forgotten these heroes. A long time ago I said that one day these heroes will get their rightful names. Let the world remember it. Don't forget their blood and sacrifice. Don't forget that the peace and stability we have today is due to their sacrifice. Zhang Tao was visibly agitated. 4 high-ranked powerhouses, especially those who have achieved rank 8 and rank 9, is living for 500 years considered long? Not long. For martial arts experts, what was 1,000 years, let alone 500 years? Today, however, the number of high-ranked powerhouses in Sino Nation was 556. Of these 556 people, only 12 were martial artists over 100 years old. More or less. What about the other people over 100 years old? Dead. He died in battle in the catacombs. The many years of war had caused them to be covered in wounds and become old before they even reached 100 years of age. In the moment of old age, they are all advancing, all fighting to the end of their lives. Zhang Tao suddenly smiled and said, "I'm very proud." And very proud too. I've lived in such an era. For 100 years, not a single martial artist died of illness or old age in bed. All martial artists must fight to the end of their lives. Other than these martial artists, there are also our soldiers. They are also heroes that are even more worthy of admiration. Many of them are not even martial artists, but they still defend the borders. They die in battle in the catacombs and are buried in the catacombs. Day and night, even in death, they do not forget to protect their country. This is the modern era. This is the neo-martial arts era. This is the source of Sino Nation's prosperity. In your eyes, martial artists who enjoy glory and wealth are fighting to the death. Many of them are very, very young. They are all prodigies of their generation. They have been admitted to martial arts universities, and they are envied by everyone. But do you know how many prodigies in your eyes have died in battle in the catacombs in their 20s? The venue of the press conference was quiet. Zhang Tao looked around and chuckled. Since you must know, then I will tell you. You think you need the right to know. Fine, now the right to know is given to you. As for the specific information about the catacombs, I won't say much. After that, the government will announce some policies and release some information about the catacombs. Everyone can go take a look. Whatever you want to know, whatever you wish to know, we will tell you. Now, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask on the spot. Today, we have invited Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, and a few other prodigies of this generation to be here. Some people might think that our words are not trustworthy, but I think you will not doubt these prodigies, because they are just like you. 2 or 3 years ago, they were one of you. They are not the privileged class that you think they are. If you want to know anything, just ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, and a few others walked up to the stage. On stage, Fang Ping smiled. I am Fang Ping. Everyone should know me. I come from a small county town in Nanjiang. My father is a worker in a ceramic factory. My mother is a housewife. She used to do odd jobs. I do not come from a martial arts family. I do not have a family background that is enviable, nor do I have powerful ancestors. Of the 5 generations of my family, only my generation has produced a martial artist. Before this, I have always been one of the masses. There are many, many people like me. Every year, most of the students who get into martial arts universities come from ordinary families. After all, there are only so many people in martial arts families. There are millions of martial artists in Sino Nation now, and 80% of them come from ordinary families. That is why Minister Zhang asked me to clarify some of your doubts. It is also to let everyone understand the situation more clearly without any impersonal emotions, Fong Ping spoke for a while, then quickly said, "The media present, if you have any questions, you can ask them now." The existence of the catacombs is a big deal. This time, not only Sino Nation, but the whole world is broadcasting it live. Other countries are also announcing some information, and everyone can compare. Now, the people are the masters of the country. If you want to ask or know anything, you can ask now. As soon as Fong Ping finished speaking, someone below the stage raised his hand excitedly. Fong Ping's eyebrows twitched slightly. What the F***CK? Why was that idiot Lu Dolly here? He had not noticed before. Fong Ping glanced at him and ignored him. He pointed at a female reporter and said with a smile, "This reporter, you may ask." The female reporter was a little excited. She quickly said, "Grandmaster Fong, I am your admirer. I would like to ask, in both Battle of Vengeance and Armageddon, there is a young martial artist named Fong Wu. May I ask, were they filmed based on you?" Fong Wu. Fong Ping was helpless. What kind of name was that? He might as well just call it a house. Despite his helplessness, Fong Ping still smiled and said, "That's right, they were created based on me. That movie said that you once blew up a royal city, massacred millions." The female reporter was a little nervous. Fong Ping said lightly, "Everyone, this is a race war. It is a war of survival. Don't ask these childish questions. I can tell you, once the catacombs fully attack, the survival of mankind will be at stake. There are 108 territories in the catacombs, and the war before was only in one of them. In this territory alone, many grandmasters from Sino Nation died in battle. 2 years ago, I think everyone knows about the Great Tiananmen earthquake. That time, the catacombs passageway was breached. Although we evacuated in time, tens of thousands of Sino Nation soldiers still died in the catacombs, and almost 1,000 martial artists died in battle. In the Tiananmen catacombs battle, Sino Nation suffered heavy losses. If they did not rescue in time that day, tens of millions of people in Tiananmen province would be annihilated. Don't think that I'm being an alarmist. There is no need for that. There is no need for me to scare anyone, and there is no need for me to boost the enemy's morale. However, we have to face reality and recognize the difference in strength between us and the enemy. In the face of such a great war, do we still have to consider whether the foreign species were killed by mistake? Are we innocent? If we did not blow up the royal city that day, there might be 100 less people on the Grandmaster ranking today. You may not understand now, and you may not be able to understand. I don't need you to understand. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't, I won't say much. I only hope that everyone is not so naive to think that we still have a chance to live in peace with the catacombs. Let me tell you, there is no such chance. The catacombs, humans came here to destroy Earth. They came here to kill. Don't be foolish enough to think that we can negotiate and coexist in the same world. Those who have this kind of thinking are extremely ridiculous. Having said that, Fong Ping said again next. Very quickly, the second reporter stood up and said hurriedly, "Grandmaster Fong, the war has gone on for so many years. Do humans have any hope of winning?" Fong Ping laughed. "Of course. If not, then what's the point of struggling? Our strength is increasing day by day. Everyone should be able to feel it. In the past, how many high-ranked martial artists were there? How many are there now? It's precisely because we're strong and have the tendency to counterattack that the catacombs have been breaking out in wars recently. They want to disrupt our rhythm while our strength is improving. The evil sect martial artists appeared previously because of the catacombs' instructions. The evil sect is the human world's malignant tumor, traitor and traitor. These people are all cowards who are kneeling and begging for their lives. But they don't know how ridiculous they are. If we can really survive by compromising, then we wouldn't have been fighting until now. The catacombs' purpose is to slaughter all humans. Grandmaster Fong, why does the catacombs insist on slaughtering humans? Because human blood can be sacrificed to Earth, so that Earth can be integrated into the catacombs and become a part of the catacombs. Fong Ping said lightly, "They want to devour our world and strengthen their own. But we came from Earth, and we are also a part of Earth. If we don't die in their world, we are a virus. They must kill all of us and let us return to Earth. Only then can they devour the entire Earth." Behind Fong Ping, Nan Yunhua, who had also rushed over, asked telepathically, "Did you teach him to say that?" Zhang Tao was speechless. "Nonsense. Do I still need to teach him? This guy is better at talking than me. It's useless even if I teach him. He can say whatever he wants and make up whatever he wants. The catacombs' purpose is already unclear. Do you think they can confront the catacombs' martial artists? He's currently the most famous martial artist, and he has a great reputation. If he says that, can you refute his words without solid evidence?" Nan Yunhua did not know whether to laugh or cry. "He's really good. However, this possibility, I can't say that it's impossible. I can't say that Fong Ping is talking nonsense either." On the stage, another reporter asked, "Grandmaster Fong, how do we compare the strength of the enemy? On the whole, the other party is slightly stronger than us. However, they don't get along with each other and are not as united as we are. Unity is strength. That's why after so many years, we have the upper hand. The ratio of casualties is about 1:10. We have 1 and they have 10. Of course, from this, we can also see how strong the other party is. Their casualties are 10 times more than ours, but they can still compete with us and even suppress us slightly. We must face all of this. Now, the other party has also begun to unite and unite after suffering heavy losses. That's why we need more new blood to fight against the catacombs invasion together and quell the disaster of the catacombs. For 100 years, our ancestors have shed their blood and laid the foundation for us. Today, we can counterattack the catacombs because of the sacrifices of these ancestors. Grandmaster Fong, do we need to enter the catacombs and participate in the battle in the future?" Fong Ping said lightly, "Right now, it's only martial artists and soldiers. In the future, when the war breaks out, we can't rule out this possibility. When our country is on the brink of extinction, even if we die, we must die with dignity. But don't worry, when that time comes, we will die before you. In today's Sino nation, we don't have the habit of letting the weak die. It's always the strong who die first and the weak who take the lead. This is why Sino nation is becoming stronger and stronger, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. All these years, how many martial artists have died in battle? How many soldiers have died in battle? But have you all been affected? If it wasn't for the fact that we can't hide it anymore, we would rather everyone live a carefree life, live in the present and not live in worry. You think that we've taken away your right to know, but you don't know that we just want everyone to live a safer and more peaceful life. However, as society advances and information exchange becomes more convenient, you're no longer satisfied with what you have now. Then we respect everyone's choice. We'll tell you everything. Since you know, then everyone has to take responsibility." At this moment, Lu Dali seized the opportunity and said excitedly, "Grandmaster Fong, the next time you go to the catacombs, can you bring me along? I'm also a peak rank 3 martial artist." Fong Ping was suddenly speechless. This guy was such a good-for-nothing. How long had it been? Why was he still peak rank 3? Before he became a martial artist, this guy was already rank 3. Middle stage rank 3 then? 2 years later, peak rank 3? Fong Ping remembered that after he walked the path of invincibility among rank 3, this guy was already upper stage rank 3. That time seemed to be August 9th. Now more than a year had passed, and he had only improved so little? Other than that, Fong Ping also saw this guy's work ID distance media. This guy had not left yet? Recently, Fong Ping really did not care too much about the company's matters. The main thing was that going to the catacombs was good at making money. much more than the company. Just a casual trip to the catacombs could earn him tens or hundreds of billions. Therefore, he almost did not care about the company now. It was still Li Qingze who was managing it. Hearing Lu Dali's words, if they were in private, Fang Ping would have sent him flying with a slap. Now, Fang Ping was still smiling. It's very dangerous to be with me because my opponents are all high-ranked martial artists in the catacombs. You should also understand the strength of high-ranked martial artists. So if you go to the catacombs, it's best if you listen to the government's arrangements. Lu Dali said excitedly, "Can I film when I go to the catacombs?" Fang Ping was stunned. After a while he said, "You haven't been to the catacombs before." No. Fang Ping was speechless. This guy had actually not been to the catacombs before. F***CK. What a waste. Casual martial artists were not quite the same as martial arts university martial artists. Only middle-ranked casual martial artists would be forced to go to the catacombs. However, Lu Dali was a peak rank 3. Logically, he should have been informed. Fang Ping smiled. The catacombs are a little different from Earth. Electronic equipment can't be used, so you can't film. As soon as he said that, many people felt a little regretful. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Some of the reporters present were actually not weak. On the other hand, there were not many normal people. These people's focus was not on the catacombs. Perhaps they had not been to the catacombs before, but they knew about them. Therefore, these people were not too shocked or surprised about the catacombs being publicized. If that was the case, Fang Ping did not point them out. Instead, he pointed to a normal reporter and said, "You ask." "Fang. Grandmaster Fang." This person was a little uneasy. He said nervously, "Since the alternate world really exists and now it's being publicized to the public, what kind of impact will it have on us normal people? Will the government enter a state of military control? Will we enter a state of wartime control?" Fang Ping smiled. "It's still the same as before. Everyone can continue to live their lives. Of course, if you feel the need to pick up a weapon to protect your life, then go and practice martial arts. Nowadays, pills and other auxiliary drugs are much cheaper. If you want to practice martial arts, you can also go to some martial arts dojos to learn. The tuition fees are also very cheap now. The danger of a breakthrough lies in the period between aspiring martial artists and rank 1. These are all introduced. However, there are many middle-ranked martial artists now. Whether it's martial arts dojos or martial arts universities, there are many middle-ranked martial artists. In the future, the local governments will also set up some free auxiliary breakthrough areas. At this time, if you feel that you're about to break through, then you can go to the auxiliary area and seek help from middle-ranked martial artists. This is free. This is an era of information. If the local government does not do a good job or is not in place, you can complain at any time. I think the government will also help the people who are willing to fight against the catacombs and will not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Then some of us have relatives in martial arts universities. This, Fang Ping frowned. Since you've entered a martial arts university, you need to pay a price. Of course, if you're not willing to pay a price, we won't blame you. If you're really unwilling to go to the catacombs, unwilling to participate in the war and afraid of death, it's okay. You can just return all the resources you've used in martial arts universities. What we need is a group of like-minded comrades, not martial artists and cowards who think of running away at any time. All these years, we haven't forced anyone to go to the catacombs to fight. Although this is everyone's responsibility, if you're unwilling to bear this responsibility, we won't care. As long as you don't betray humanity, then you can live your life in peace. Of course, this is excluding martial artists who are middle-ranked and above. This is because we've already told everyone about the catacombs before we became middle-ranked. At this time, if you don't participate in the war, then you're a deserter. There's another way to treat deserters. Of course, this hasn't happened in the past 100 years. However, some people's family and parents' persuasion. As children, they might not be able to refuse. Unless it's the last resort, unless they're at their wits' end, these non-middle-ranked martial artists can retreat. After saying that, Fong Ping was silent for a moment. He then said, "However, in the face of a national crisis, is there really a way out? If we don't participate in the war today, it'll be too late in the future. If I don't improve my strength, how can I protect my family? What's the point of enjoying these few years of comfort? Do martial artists only exist for special privileges and enjoyment? Sino Nation doesn't need martial artists like this. The world doesn't need them. Martial artists like this don't deserve to be called martial artists. Withdraw from martial arts universities, hand over resources, cancel all special treatment, and strip martial artist identity. Martial artists aren't just about pure strength. It's also a kind of responsibility, There was a moment of silence. Then faint applause sounded. Fong Ping did not care about this. He looked around and asked, "Do you have any doubts?" "Grandmaster Fong, you said that the all-out war hasn't started yet. When will it start? If it's early, 2 to 3 years. If it's late, 3 to 5 years. That's fast." Many people were shocked. Fong Ping replied, "It's fast indeed. However, even if the war breaks out, it won't reach the final stage immediately. Whether humans win or lose, it will last for a period of time. Maybe a few years, maybe a few decades. Therefore, it's not too late for those who want to become martial artists." Fong Ping answered many questions. He would also let everyone understand some things through other policies and learning. The conference ended quickly. As soon as it ended, Fong Ping's phone rang. The call was from Fong Mingrong. Fong Ping answered the call. The other side of the phone was silent for a long time. After a long time, Fong Mingrong said, "Ping Ping, your mom and I want to practice martial arts too." "Dad, you said it yourself. Fighting against the catacombs is everyone's responsibility. This is the responsibility of all mankind, not yours. I may be old, but when the day comes, I can also go to the battlefield and kill the enemy." Fong Ping sighed softly. After a long time, he said, "Dad, let's talk about it when I get back." "Don't think about this. Things aren't that bad. If it really comes to the point where you and Mom have to go to the battlefield, humans will probably be defeated. When that time comes, it won't be enough to change anything." After chatting with his father for a while, Fong Ping hung up. Beside him, Zhang Tao smiled faintly. "Your father is much more honest than you. How did he give birth to a son like you?" Fong Ping rolled his eyes and said gloomily, "Director, your grandchildren are very honest too. Your descendants are so honest. Why are you so unreliable as a grandfather?" Zhang Tao snorted and did not continue. Instead, he spread out his mentality. After a while, he said softly, "It's a little chaotic." The outside world was in an uproar. Unlike the press conference, where everyone had seen the world and many people knew the news in advance. In the outside world, however, most of them were normal people. Now it was a complete mess. Some young people had even packed their luggage and were going to learn martial arts. Some parents were crying and wailing, holding their children back, unwilling to let them go. 200,000 martial artists had died in battle. Millions of soldiers. It sounded like a number, but that was based on the fact that it was someone else who had died. Their children were still young. If they went to learn martial arts now, once they entered the catacombs and died in the catacombs, how many people could bear it? Fong Ping smiled. "It's chaotic, but it's only temporary. Director, I don't care about these things anymore. You and your people have been preparing for so many years. The situation hasn't deteriorated to the worst point yet. I believe you can handle it. Director, let's find a place to talk." Zhang Tao looked at him suspiciously. This kid was not going to cause trouble, was he? These few days of peace were hard to come by. These days, Fong Ping was in closed-door cultivation and did not go to the catacombs. He was much more relaxed. This kid went to the catacombs. It was fine before, but now he had to fight almost every time. It was not easy to feel good for a few days. Was trouble going to happen again? Zhang Tao wanted to ignore him, but when he thought that if this kid acted on his own, he might cause more trouble. Zhang Tao said wearily, "All right, let's talk." He had no other choice. Since when did he have to worry about a rank 8 martial artist causing a huge problem that even he could not handle? No, it seemed like he could not handle it anymore. Previously in Magic City Catacombs, in the King's Battleground, in the Forbidden Catacombs, after a few times, it seemed like he could not handle it on his own. Warlord had fought a few times. P.S. Transitional period, high update. Thinking can't keep up. I need to slow down these few days. Give me some time to think about the next plot, how to write it well. More than 3. 5 million words. I'm getting a little tired. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 715. The building where the press conference was held. The top floor. The coffee shop. There were very few people in the hall. There were only a few people sitting in 2s and 3s. They were all warriors and they were all experts. There were viewing windows all around. Capital City was unobstructed. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao found a place to sit. The martial artists around them nodded at them, but no one came forward to disturb them. This place isn't bad, right? Zhang Tao leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. Viewing the scenery here is much better than when you were in that tower. Fang Ping said calmly, "It's easier to find gossip here. You can listen to it whenever you want." Zhang Tao glanced at him. He became even more indolent, leaning back in his chair. He smiled faintly. "Don't give me that. If you do it a few more times, I won't be able to hold back my anger. I'll kill you." He smiled again. Listening to gossip isn't the main goal. Capital City has 2 catacombs. Sino Nation capital is located there. Nothing can go wrong here. I have to patrol frequently to prevent the evil cult from lurking. Do you really think I have nothing better to do? Whether Fang Ping believed it or not, Zhang Tao believed it. As they spoke, the waiter had already served their coffee. The waiters here were just normal people, not martial artists. Fang Ping was surprised that the waiters were not martial artists in a place like this, a place where martial artists came to spend their money. Seeing Fang Ping watching the waiters leave, Zhang Tao smiled. "Stop looking. They're just normal people. It's just a place to pass the time. Isn't it a waste for martial artists to stay here?" He looked out the window and smiled. "It's a mess. It's good that it's a mess. All these years, in order to block the news and not let the people know the truth, many people have died in the catacombs. They have to find a reason, a ridiculous reason. They died in a military exercise. They were stationed at the border. They got into an accident. They died of illness. They were attacked by the evil cult. I'm tired of making up all these excuses. It's annoying too. I don't have to worry about this anymore. It'll save me a lot of trouble." Fang Ping picked up his coffee and took a sip. He frowned slightly and said disappointedly, "Is it really coffee? I thought it would be something good. Do you think everyone is like you, wasteful? I earned it myself. If I don't spend it, it'll be meaningless." The 2 of them chatted for a while. Fang Ping asked, "Minister, when will the National Memorial begin?" "Number 8. Then I might not be able to make it in time." Zhang Tao frowned slightly and asked after a pause, "Tell me, what do you want?" Fang Ping looked around cautiously. Zhang Tao's expression darkened. "I'm here. Is there anyone who can eavesdrop on my conversation?" Was this kid looking down on him? Even the subduing, heavenly king wouldn't be able to hide from him. Did he really think he was a pushover? Fang Ping did not mind. He smiled and said, "It's like this. Didn't Senior Warlord kill a monster life Royal Court's true king? You also said that the monster plant Royal Court was framed by a true monarch. But at this time, the people of the monster life Royal Court might not know. Of course, the death of a true king was a big deal, and they would definitely be dissatisfied with the monster plant Royal Court. At this time, if we can provoke the two sides into fighting each other, even if it's not a long-term conflict, it will be enough to give us a break. The Demon Royal Court will participate in the war. Fang Ping hesitated for a moment, but still admitted the Monster Life Royal Court had been sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. I played a part, causing the Monster Life Royal Court to join the war in advance. I, Fang Ping, am not that great, but I will bear the responsibility. This time I want to sneak into the restricted area and see if I can find an opportunity to provoke the two royal courts into a conflict. Zhang Tao sighed suddenly. He picked up his coffee and took a sip. After a long time he said, I knew you couldn't stay idle, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. The Battle of the Forbidden City ended not long ago, and the evil sects attacked not long ago too. You can't even hold it in for a month, right? If you have this time, first improve your ability. When you reach rank 9, you won't be able to stay idle even if you want to. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I want to, but it's not that simple. At my level, it's not that easy to improve and advance quickly. My imperishable substance, after many uses, is already very little. At this time, I can only rely on external resources to cultivate. Don't you see that every cent of my money is good? There's no other way. At rank 8, my foundation is also almost used up. At this time, I can only rely on myself. Coincidentally, the opportunity has come. Maybe I can even cause the two royal courts to fight, killing two birds with one stone. If you want to go, then it has to be now. If you delay any longer, the storm of this true king's death will be over. At that time, if you want to provoke the two royal courts to fight again, it won't be so easy. Zhang Tao did not speak for a long time. Fang Ping did not care. After a while he said, Minister, is a true king extremely important to the royal court? Is the death of a true king in Monster Life Royal Court insignificant? Or is it very important? Very important. Zhang Tao gave an affirmative answer. True kings are not ordinary martial artists. Every true king is a top-notch powerhouse who has stepped on the end of a martial arts path. There are many true kings in the catacombs, but this doesn't mean that true kings are not important. The catacombs started accumulating since the God Continent calendar. Today's true kings are generally about 1,000 years old. There are actually very few newly promoted true kings. In the past 100 years, humans have produced a few paragons. Sino Nation has produced 3. Heaven of Gods and Ancient Buddha, Holy Land have also produced 1 each. A total of 5 paragons have been produced. As for the catacombs, currently only Monster Plant's Royal Court has a newly promoted true king. Monster Life Royal Court's Lord will probably advance to True King realm in the near future. Originally, Monster Plant's Royal Court's Lord had a chance, which was 3. However, now that his Tao of Origin has been destroyed, there is no hope. In the past 100 years, they have only produced 2 true king powerhouses. Moreover, they belong to 2 royal courts. One can imagine what a true king powerhouse means. The death of Monster Life Royal Court's true king will cause a lot of repercussions. It might even cause some true kings to become afraid of battle. Therefore, Warlord killing the opponent has its pros and cons, Zhang Tao explained briefly. Warlord killing the opponent had its pros and cons. According to his calculations, not killing the opponent might have more pros than cons, but it was hard to say. That day, Warlord did not listen to him and killed the opponent. Perhaps he had his own considerations. Intimidating Monster Life Royal Court's true king might not be any less effective than Zhang Tao's calculations. Fang Ping understood and smiled. Since it's so important, as long as I start a fire, it will cause a huge uproar. At this time, it is still necessary for me to go to the restricted area. There are both public and private motives. As long as it's done properly, I don't think it's too difficult to make the 2 royal courts hostile. These 2 royal courts have always been rivals. Before the war with humans, They fought for many years. Both sides have a deep hatred for each other. Zhang Tao took a slight breath. It's very dangerous. Going deep into the enemy's territory is not as easy as you think. It's fine if it's a normal rank 9, but if you encounter a true king, you might not be able to hide it from the other party. Yes, you can change your chi. It's fine if it's a normal martial artist. But if a true king powerhouse really suspects you and probes your body inch by inch, there will still be a difference. There are some differences in our cultivation system and the catacombs martial artists. Some of our internal structures are also slightly different. It's not like you don't understand. The catacombs martial artists go through a process of energy transformation, but we don't. If both sides are examined in detail, the difference will be huge. Once you're suspected, once a true king powerhouse probes your body inch by inch, you'll be exposed immediately. As for you, an earth martial artist, entering the catacombs, it's not that easy to disguise yourself perfectly. It's not like what you think. They only look at your chi, do you understand? Fong Ping nodded. He was clear about this. When the catacombs martial artists reached rank 3, their hearts would begin to transform into energy. When they reached the middle ranks, they would go through the process of transforming their internal organs into energy. This was not the case for human martial artists. Both sides' martial arts were generally the same, but there were differences in the specific process, which also led to some differences between both sides. There's no need for a true king to probe a middle-ranked martial artist's body, right? There are countless restricted area martial artists, but only so many true kings. Why are they so free? You're too dazzling. When Zhang Tao said this, Fong Ping could not tell if it was a compliment or a disdain, but the latter was more likely. Zhang Tao said it with a sneer on his face. You're a troublemaker, kid. If you go and something happens, it'll be fine if it happens once or twice. But if it happens repeatedly, it'll be strange if they don't suspect you. Normal middle-ranked martial artists might not even see a true king powerhouse in their entire lives. As for Fong Ping, it was hard to say. Maybe he would meet a true king powerhouse soon. Not continuing this topic, Zhang Tao asked again, "Do you really want to go?" "Yes." "Then I won't stop you." "Of course, I won't help you either. You figure it out yourself. Now that I've appeared at Imperial Sea Mountain, I'm the focus of all powerhouses. 3 days at the end of every month, I'll enter Imperial Sea Mountain to patrol. I won't enter at other times, and my patrol can only patrol 1 or 2 territories. Which territory are you planning to come out from?" "Near Magic City's catacombs." Zhang Tao nodded slightly and said, "That's good too. Help me investigate the situation. If you can enter the Monster Plant's Royal Court's Royal City, help me collect information about the Monster Plant's Royal Court's Lord. This person, although his Tao of origin is crippled, it's hard to say that he's really crippled. In short, he's a dangerous person. You don't have to deliberately collect anything. Just ask around. Also, in the True King Hall, the Monster Plant's Royal Court's Lord is more mysterious. If you can find out some information, then do it. Other than that, you can also collect some gossip. Don't underestimate gossip. So True King and so True King don't get along. They have a hostile relationship. These gossips are extremely useful. Our people can't enter the restricted area. They can only move around the vicinity of the king battlefield and can't get any information. However, once we collect this information and know some of the situation, then we can take advantage of the situation and guide these hostile, true kings together at the critical moment. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. These information shouldn't be considered top secret in the catacombs. Of course, that's only for the upper echelons. Most of the middle and lower echelons don't know about it. Therefore, gossip is often more important than the information you deliberately collect. Fong Ping smiled. I understand. No wonder the director likes to listen to gossip. Zhang Tao snorted softly. Finally, after some thought, he said, Since you're going in this time, Then I'll say one more thing. There's a high chance that the Catacombs' 2 kings are still alive. They're at the King battlefield. If you have the chance to go in, see if you can revive the 2 kings. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He said hesitantly, once the 2 kings are revived, then wouldn't that? There might be internal strife. Nothing can be certain. Zhang Tao smiled. There's no harm in taking a gamble. You just have to protect your own life. Of course, you might not have the chance to go in. Also, don't overestimate the 2 kings. The 2 kings probably aren't at the Emperor realm. Maybe they're powerhouses with 2 paths, maybe 3 paths. Of course, there's also the possibility that powerhouses who have gone further in one path might not be stronger than the Heavenly King. That can't be, right? Fang Ping was a little surprised. He asked hurriedly, the 2 kings are that weak? Weak? Zhang Tao sneered. Who gave you the confidence to say that true king powerhouses who have taken 2 paths are weak? Zhang Tao glanced at him. This kid was really arrogant. Do you think it's that easy to go further in the desperate path? If it's that easy, the Heavenly King wouldn't be the only one who has taken the 2nd path out of so many desperate realms. Some of the old farts in the Holy Lands, like the Pantheon of Gods, have actually not taken the 2nd path. They're about the same as Warlord, but they've gone further in one path. There's so many true kings in the catacombs. The only one who has taken the 2nd path is the Hall Master of the Hall of True Kings. Otherwise, the catacombs would not have to worry about the Devil Emperor's resurrection. In the battle 1,000 years ago, the Devil Emperor almost single-handedly stirred up the catacombs. According to the situation in the Hall of Myriad Origins, at most 3 powerhouses will enter the catacombs, or at least the Devil Emperor alone. Think about it. What does it mean to attack the catacombs with the power of one person? This is the confidence and strength of a powerhouse who has taken 3 paths. Even if the 2 kings are strong, there's a limit. Moreover, so many years have passed. Even if they didn't die back then, they must have been seriously injured. Now that they've recovered, they're at most on par with a Hall Master powerhouse. The more it's like this, the easier it is to cause internal strife. If they're strong enough to suppress the Hall Master, then there won't be any internal strife. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Let's wait and see. Besides, the King battleground has already been decided. The next time will be 3 years later. I might not have the chance to go in. That's hard to say. Of course, you don't have to be too stubborn, Zhang Tao said, then warned. Don't even think about the Imperial City's mineral veins. In the restricted area, there are more mineral veins than in the outer realm. There are countless mineral veins in the Imperial City. There's even a life essence pool. However, it's also extremely dangerous. In short, if you want to go this time, just treat it as a stroll. Don't purposely make a big fuss. The more deliberate you are, the more troublesome it will be. Fang Ping nodded. He asked again, then if I kill Ji Yao, will it cause a war between the 2 royal courts? Don't get any ideas about Ji Yao. Zhang Tao did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was still staring at that woman. He explained, after these few times, if nothing goes wrong, it's very likely that Ji Yao has the Life King's mentality avatar on her. Under normal circumstances, the Life King might not split these. But now the situation is different. Ji Yao almost died in your hands a few times. The Monster Life King Court is also participating in the war. It won't be the same as before. This time, when you encounter the descendants of the true kings, you better be careful. Who knows, one of them might have this. Especially the descendants of the high-ranked true kings. Now that the situation is not good for us, it's the same for them too. In order to protect these high-ranked descendants, it's very normal for some true kings to split out some mentality avatars. Fang Ping nodded again. After thinking for a while, he asked, Minister, if I get my hands on the mentality avatar, can I use it to attack the opponent? Stop dreaming. Although the spirit power avatar is just a program, this program has its own intelligence. Fang Ping added, what I mean is I'll pretend to be a descendant of the true kings and release it. Zhang Tao suddenly felt a little tired. This time he could not help but ask, "The thing about you changing your aura, how did you do it?" He had never seen this before. Fang Ping had never shown it in front of him either. However, someone in the restricted area had seen this before. In the past, it was not easy to determine whether it was real or fake, so he did not ask. But now, Fang Ping did not hide this too much. He even dared to enter the restricted area. How could Zhang Tao not know whether it was real or fake? Fang Ping chuckled. "Minister, you ask me this. I don't know either. Maybe it's an ability from my past life. Anyway, as long as I pay a certain price, I can do it. There's no special method or anything like that. Can you help me hide my aura?" "That's impossible. What a pity." Zhang Tao sighed. "Otherwise, I'll go to the restricted area for a spin. That'll be more interesting." Zhang Tao looked regretful. What a pity. Such a heaven-defying ability was controlled by this kid. If it were him, when he went to the restricted area would be in chaos. A top-notch powerhouse who could appear beside them at any time and attack the true kings at any time was hiding beside them. What kind of scene would that be? Everyone was in danger. Did the true kings still have the mind to attack Earth? If they did not kill this hidden person, the true kings would probably not even dare to step out of their houses. Regretful as it was, Zhang Tao did not force it. He said, "If you want to pretend to be a descendant of the true kings, it'll depend on your luck. The weaker, true kings mentality avatars are always silent. They are not the active kind. However, the powerful true kings mentality avatars will also be in an active period. They can sense everything that is happening around them. Of course, there are not many who have this ability. Also, it depends on how much mentality they can split. Compared to the subduing heavenly king, he can do it. However, the avatars he split contain not much mentality. At this time, they can only be silent. Not everyone is as strong as me. Not everyone is like me. The avatars I gave you all contain a lot of mentality. Kid, you wasted 2 of my avatars. My mentality has been cut by at least 10%. You'll have to deal with this yourself. If it weren't for you, I might have broken through to the Emperor realm by now." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "How dare you say that?" After that, Zhang Tao told him about the situation that he understood. When he was almost done, he said, "Minister, I'm going to carry out such a dangerous mission this time. Are you not going to give me a single cent?" Zhang Tao's face darkened. "Did I ask you to go? You insisted on going, and now you're asking me for benefits. I'm so poor. Do I have any benefits for you? I can't bring the mentality avatars. They can't be stored in the storage ring. If I bring them, I'll be easily discovered. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. For example, something like life essence. Give me 80 to 100 caddies. Energy stones or something like that. Give me a few tons too. Or something like the heavenly golden lotus. Give me a few dozen. No." Zhang Tao rejected him without hesitation. Fang Ping looked sad. He said softly, "Forget it then. If I die in the catacombs, so be it. Add me to the National Memorial on the 8th. Just pretend that I'm dead." "Okay." Fang Ping was exhausted. "You agreed so quickly." Zhang Tao might have said that, but he struggled for a long time. With a pained expression, he took out an armor and threw it to Fang Ping. He sighed. "I'm borrowing it. Return it to me when you come back." Fang Ping caught it. His eyes lit up. He said, "A rank, 8 divine weapon armor? If you had this, why didn't you take it out earlier? You still complain about being poor every day. You're already at the top. This is useless to you. Why did you hide it? Isn't that a waste?" Zhang Tao said impatiently, "What do you mean hide it? What do you know? This armor was damaged previously. It can't be used anymore. I spent some effort to repair it. It hasn't been repaired for long. I've just repaired it, so I'm lending it to you now. Oh, right, this armor is not very auspicious. Use it as you see fit. Inauspicious. The owner who used it is dead. It's fine if he's dead, but the armor is still here. It hasn't disappeared. Don't you think it's inauspicious? Almost all of them were beaten into minced meat the moment they took out their armor. Even the armor was damaged. It's not the first time. It's the third time. You're the fourth, kid. I hope it's not like this time. Fong Ping was speechless. He did not care anymore. Rank 8 armor was good stuff. Divine weapon armor was the most precious type of divine weapon. Even old Zhang was jealous of Iron Head's divine armor. It was obvious how precious it was. The value of a rank 8 divine armor was comparable to that of a rank 9 divine weapon. It was worth at least 100 billion. Old Zhang said he was lending it to him. Fong Ping said straightforwardly, "This is considered a reward. There's also interest. You owe me a lot of money. This is mine. When I reach rank 9, when I don't need it anymore, I'll give it to someone else." Humph. Zhang Tao humphed. "I owe you money? If you dare to say another word, I promise to smack you to death." However, when Fong Ping said reward, he was too lazy to say anything. He would let Fong Ping say whatever he wanted. When this kid was fattened up, he would just take him back. At this point, the matter was considered to have come to an end. After leaving the top floor, Fong Ping met up with Old Wang downstairs. Both of them walked outside the building. The pedestrians were in a hurry. Many people formed groups, discussing the catacombs. Some were worried. Some were full of fighting spirit, looking eager to try. Wang Jinyang watched for a while. He did not ask about Fong Ping. He said, "In the near future, I might go to the land of kings. My realm isn't advancing fast enough. I've only reached middle stage rank 7 now. My speed is too slow. Only going to the land of kings can help me improve quickly. Ji Yao and the rest know that you're good friends with me. It's okay. The land of kings is still somewhat fair. In the rank 7 region, I'm not necessarily afraid of anyone. I'll ask Iron Head and Old Yao later. If the situation permits, we'll go together. With Iron Head around, even if a rank 8 powerhouse comes across the border, he might not be able to kill us." Fong Ping did not say anything after Old Wang said so. Everyone had their own paths to walk. It was impossible for Fong Ping to always act together with them. Now that he had reached rank 8, Old Wang and the rest had become a burden. Old Wang knew this too, so he did not ask Fong Ping what he wanted to do. He could not participate in what Fong Ping was doing now, just like Qin Fengqing. Fong Ping and the rest were rank 7. This fellow was rank 6. Qin Fengqing could not participate in what Fong Ping and the rest were doing. Be careful. You too. Genius 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 716. November 2nd. Macmao. In the Crystal Tower. Old Man Li frowned. Are we really going in? Yes. Fong Ping exhaled and said, I'm out of money. Old Man Li frowned again. Out of money? Fong Ping still had a mineral vein here. Why was he out of money? However, he had a rather deep understanding of Fong Ping and had a rough understanding of the situation. After thinking for a while, he said, In these 2 days we will initiate a war and kill some powerhouses while we're at it. If you want to impersonate someone, it's best if you impersonate someone from the outer city. You're not familiar with the inner city. If you impersonate someone else, it'll be easy for you to slip up. But the people from the outer cities don't have high statuses. Fong Ping furrowed his brows slightly and said, If my status is low, I'll be a nobody in the restricted area. Does the master of Monster Sunflower City have any descendants? I don't know. Old Man Li's answer was straightforward. Humans could not enter Monster Sunflower City at all. So how would they know about these things? Then, while you guys are fighting, I'll sneak into the city. It's best to lure that sunflower out as well. It's inside the city, and its perception is very strong. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to enter the inner city. If there's a war, will the Young Warriors tournament be cancelled? I don't think so, but if the city lord is dead, then it's hard to say. Old Man Lee shook his head and said, Monster Sunflower City's governor isn't that easy to kill. He's also a powerhouse who stepped into the origin path. Now, they had learned their lesson. Once the battle started, many rank 9s would come to their aid very soon. The only way to do that is to kill him in an instant. But even if Old Wu and I join forces, we won't be able to kill an essence Dao expert in an instant. I'm fine. Fong Ping laughed. There's no rush. Monster Sunflower City will be destroyed sooner or later. Since we can't kill him, the competition definitely won't be cancelled. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. A large number of young martial artists will be rushing to Monster Sunflower City in the next few days. It might start soon, so don't miss it. Then tonight it is. Old Man Lee was straightforward too. Very quickly he set the time. Then he said in a low voice, This time you'll sneak in secretly. Don't expose yourself. There are a lot of people watching you now. No one can tell if there are spies from the evil cult. As for who the great pope is, we still haven't come to a conclusion. There's an extremity realm expert lying in ambush, so it's best to be careful. I know. Fong Ping nodded and said, I'll announce to the public that I'm going into closed-door cultivation these few days to consolidate my realm and control my strength. After discussing with Old Man Lee, Fong Ping closed the underground mineral vein and announced that he would continue his closed-door cultivation. He had just entered rank 8 and did not have a deep grasp of rank 8 power. It was normal for him to go into seclusion to familiarize himself with his power. Lu Polu had broken through before him and was still consolidating his rank 8 status. At night, McMao, Qin Fengqing, looked at the rank 3 martial artists beside him and was speechless. Is that okay? Nonsense. Fong Ping followed behind him, speaking telepathically. The identity is real. Why can't it work? There were tens of thousands of MCMAU students. Who would know if one more appeared? Don't talk to me. You're the teacher leading the team. Don't talk so much nonsense. Fong Ping, shut up. Even if you want to use sound transmission, you have to call me Zhang San. Zhang San, screw you. Qin Fengqing complained incessantly. Can't you come up with a better name? This is too perfunctory. Why not call him Li Si? Too lazy to talk about this. Qin Fengqing transmitted his voice as he walked. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill the big sunflower? Maybe we can kill it? What's the hurry? I'm afraid that the sunflower seeds are only effective against middle and low-grade cultivators. It might have some effect on rank 7 cultivators, but it won't have any effect beyond that. If we don't kill it now, it won't be of any use to us in the future. We'll see. As the two of them walked and chatted, a few MCMAU students followed them. These people did not seem to mind Fong Ping's presence. Just as Fong Ping had said, there were tens of thousands of students in MCMAU. One more was not a big deal. Moreover, he was not even a middle-ranked. Rank 3 students were not worth much in MCMAU now. Recently, MCMAU's instructors and students' abilities had skyrocketed. Among the students, there were almost 1,000 middle-ranked martial artists. If you're not in the middle ranks, not many people will recognize you. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the underground hall. As for identity verification, now that MCMAU was about to take over Magic City's catacombs, the verification system had already been transferred to MCMAU. As MCMAU's vice-chancellor, it was too easy for Fong Ping to get a fake identity. Or rather, this was his true identity. At the door, the uncle guarding the door was still there. When he saw Qin Fengqing, he couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Grandmaster Qin. Qin Fengqing bared his teeth. Grandmaster Qin, this was a good title. This was his first time coming to Magic City's catacombs after his breakthrough. The uncle guarding the door greeted him, looked around, and smiled. Vice-Chancellor Fong isn't here. Qin Fengqing grinned. He wouldn't dare to come. Now everyone wants to beat him up. If I don't blacklist him, he won't be able to come in. Sigh. The uncle guarding the door looked like he had expected it. He said, "It's only a matter of time." The first time he went to the catacombs, I felt that he would be hunted down by the catacombs powerhouses sooner or later. I just didn't expect that he would be wanted by the 108 territories now. He's the enemy, but I'm the hero. Vice-Chancellor Fong can make such a big commotion. It makes us feel good. Vice-Chancellor Fong not going to the catacombs now is also a blow to the catacombs, a deterrent. After chatting for a while, the uncle guarding the door laughed again. MCMAU will soon take over Magic City's catacombs. With MCMAU around, I think it's about time to demolish this alloy house. When it's demolished, I won't be needed as a guard anymore. It's time to demolish it. Qin Fengqing stared at the alloy house for a while, chuckling. It's not very effective against rank 8 and 9 martial artists. It can only defend against middle and low-ranked martial artists and rank 7 martial artists. However, if the catacombs really fight their way out, the rank 9 martial artists will definitely come out first. I think it's time to demolish it. Otherwise, we can make a super large divine weapon to cover the entrance. Otherwise, these A-class alloys might as well be demolished to make more weapons. Divine weapon! The guard did not know whether to laugh or cry. If you want to cover the entrance, you'll have to refine a defense-type divine weapon. The consumables are much more than normal divine weapons. Where would you find so many divine weapon materials and demon cores? There's none now. It's hard to say in the future. Qin Fengqing chatted with him for a while. Soon, he said, I'll go in first then. After chatting for a while, everyone entered the passageway. In the passageway, Qin Fengqing spoke telepathically as he walked. Fong Ping, don't say. Why don't you let a few powerhouses in one day? Don't you have the Golden House? Use the Golden House to cover the vortex. Once they come out, they'll enter your Golden House directly. When that time comes, they won't even be able to run. They'll surround and kill those powerhouses directly. Previously, I didn't dare to let them out because I was afraid that they would run fast. Once they entered the normal people's area, it would be troublesome. But now there's a chance. As soon as he said that, Fong Ping was a little tempted. It seemed to make sense. His own Golden House was a cage. As his mentality became stronger, the Golden House became more stable. Coupled with the forging of imperishable substances, it became even more stable. Today, the Golden House had been broken once. To repair it, it consumed close to 30 million wealth points. That was 3,000 yuan of destructive power. Of course, the Golden House was a house with a scattered nature. Coupled with the influence of Fong Ping's own mentality, it could not achieve a defense that was comparable to 3,000 yuan of imperishable substances. If it could be equated, 3,000 yuan of imperishable substances would have the same level of defensive power. That would be terrifying beyond compare. Until now, the imperishable substances produced by Fong Ping himself were only slightly more than 20 yuan. Rank 8 powerhouses usually would not exceed 100 yuan of power. Rank 9 powerhouses, even with amplification and the origin path, would only have around 100 yuan of power. Perhaps only the absolute peak could achieve more than 1,000 yuan. If it was equivalent, it would be equivalent to the absolute peak of defense. Only the absolute peak of attack could break it. However, it was obviously impossible. As he reached rank 8, Fong Ping's Golden House could still temporarily trap some weak rank 9s. Rank 9s of the origin path would be difficult. It would only take a moment for the Golden House to be broken. However, when his ability became stronger in the future, his mentality improved a little, and he strengthened the Golden House, the origin path might also be able to trap them. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly thought of another problem. If one day his materialized objects were really comparable to the size of Sino Nation, and they were all filled with imperishable substances, then would the catacombs still need to be guarded? His materialized objects could directly cover Sino Nation and those entrances. Everyone that came out would be trapped. Once trapped, they would be killed slowly. There would not even be a need for defense. Looks like my previous idea is still somewhat reasonable. Even if I reach rank 8, I can't give up on filling up the materialized objects. Fong Ping had a plan in his mind. Rank 8 martial artists mainly cultivated the golden body. This also led to many people not using mentality to materialize objects anymore. At this time, martial artists, even ancient martial artists, also had branches. Some walked the path of the physique. Some walked the path of mentality. I used to envy Old Man Lee, but Old Man Lee is only strong in one-sided explosive power. He was born to fight, and he really doesn't have many tricks. I'm different. I have more tricks than him. Mentality and the physique are cultivated at the same time. Although there's nothing too outstanding, it's also very balanced. My physique defense is not weak. My attack power is not weak either. If my mentality is a little stronger, then I'll be a multifaceted person. Fong Ping had a vague idea. Before this, he had always felt that 10,000 Dao unification was ridiculously powerful. He regretted that he did not take the path of 10,000 Dao unification. Actually, if he wanted to, he was not in a hurry to materialize mentality in rank 6. Instead, he mainly cultivated the golden body. He could still take the path of 10,000 Dao unification. However, at that time, there were too many drawbacks to 10,000 Dao unification. Fong Ping had no choice. After that, when he found the 10,000 Dao unification cultivation method, Fong Ping felt a little regretful. Now that he thought about it, if he really took the path of 10,000 Dao unification, the golden house would be integrated into his body. There would no longer be a golden house, which might not be a good thing. It was difficult for others to kill same-rank martial artists. It was not easy for a rank 8 to kill a rank 7 because the other party could run. However, when same-rank martial artists met Fong Ping, there was only one word: death. Because they could not run. If they ran, Fong Ping would cover the other party. If the other party could not even break the golden house, where could they run to? The coverage of mentality was not small. Within the coverage area, materialization could occur anywhere. Most martial artists' materialization could not trap the enemy, but Fong Ping could do it. Now it seems that it's good not to take the path of 10,000 Dao unification. I'm different from others. I have this condition to develop in a balanced manner. The others don't have this condition, so they can only focus on one path. Fong Ping had a plan in his mind. Rank 8 martial artists focused on cultivating the golden body because they could not dual cultivate. They cultivated mentality and honed the golden body. That rank 8 realm could trap everyone for hundreds of years. When he was thinking about this, everyone had already arrived at Hope City. Today, there were a lot of MCMAU instructors and students in Hope City, thousands of them. Less than 100 li away, there were also thousands of MCMAU instructors and students stationed in Demon City. Demon City's main defense target was Monster Phoenix City. That place was closer to Monster Phoenix City. Hope City's main defense target was Monster Sunflower City. Wu Quishin guarded Hope City, while Old Man Lee guarded Demon City. However, today, both of them were in Hope City. Not only them, but Gua Xinquan and the other 2 rank 8 golden body powerhouses were also there. The 3 of them joined forces and were comparable to a rank 9's combat strength. Qin Feng Qing brought Fong Ping and the others into Hope City. He let them wander around casually, then went to the military camp in the central area. Tonight, they were going to attack Monster Sunflower City. As a Grandmaster level powerhouse, he was also the main combat strength. As for Fong Ping, the rank 3 martial artist, was better off playing by himself. Central Military Camp. Elder Fan had not left yet. Recently, the government had the intention of transferring him to guard Nanjiang's catacombs. However, MCMAU had not officially started the handover. He also needed to guard for a period of time to complete the handover with MCMAU. In the command hall, Sumafu frowned slightly. Dean Lee, the situation now is not too stable. Frequent wars may not be a good thing. We don't even have time to recuperate. Moreover, as the number of battles increases, I'm worried that more cities will join the war. Sky Gate City, 300 li ahead of Demon City. There are 2 other cities surrounding it. Recently, they have been restless. If Elder Fan doesn't leave soon, I'm afraid that the 4 cities will join hands soon. In the Magic City catacombs, there were already 2 rank 9s here. Old Man Li could be counted as well. Including Guo Shengquan and the rest, there were 4 of them. Only Old Man Li and Guo Shengquan did not have rank 9 Qi dynamics. That was why the 4 cities did not form a complete alliance. However, once the battles became frequent, an alliance was only a matter of time. Magic City Catacombs was currently the first catacombs where 4 cities might join forces. Not only did MCMAU's participation not reduce the pressure, but it also increased the pressure on Sumafu and the others. Old Man Li said nonchalantly, "These people are just despicable wretches. We must beat them until they are afraid." This was how the catacombs were. Everyone was selfish. If you did not beat them up, they would think that you were easy to bully. If they were easy to bully, coupled with the restricted area's hostility towards MCMAU, something big would happen sooner or later. Rather than that, he might as well kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let them know that we are not to be trifled with. After so many years, they had not been able to work together completely. It would not be that easy in such a short period of time. Monster Sunflower City has joined the war for less than a year, and they have already suffered heavy casualties. This time, if we get rid of a portion of them, these fellows will naturally be afraid. Beside him, Wu Quishin glanced at Old Man Li. After some thought, he said, "If we make a move, Monster Phoenix City will probably make a move too. Old Man Fan and Instructor Gua, you guys will deal with Monster Phoenix City." Currently, Monster Phoenix City has no plans to start a full-scale war. At most, they will send out 2 rank 9 powerhouses. "Changsheng and I will attack Monster Sunflower City," Sumafu said hurriedly. "Then who will guard Hope City?" Sumafu said quickly, "Once you guys are entangled, if another rank 9 from the city attacks and you can't get away, it is very likely that the other party will barge into the passageway." Old Man Li heard that and laughed. "Then I will go and ambush the other party. Old Wu will guard the passageway. If I ambush the other party alone, it will be easier to kill people. It will not arouse the fear of all the city lords. This time, I will see if I can take the opportunity to kill the remaining 2 rank 8 powerhouses. When the war breaks out, killing a rank 8 along the way is also something that can't be helped. Actually, we have already completely fallen out with them. Other than the absolute powerhouses who can't make a move, killing a few is nothing. At most, we will be more vigilant in the future to prevent the catacombs rank 9 from attacking our rank 7 and 8 martial artists. Can you do it alone?" Wu Quishin was a little hesitant. Old Man Li sneered. "Of course, no problem. The me now is not the me from before. Even if it is difficult to fight 1 against 2, if they want to kill me, that is also wishful thinking. In the Forbidden Catacombs, 6 rank 9s can't even hunt me down, let alone them. Back then, I was only a rank 8 3rd refinement. Now, I have completed the 5th refinement and entered the 6th refinement. At this time, normal martial artists have already entered the weak rank 9. In terms of strength, those who have not gone far on the origin path are no match for me. Today, Old Man Li's vitality had exceeded 90,000 calories. At this time, it was already advancing towards 100,000 calories. After achieving 90,000 calories, most martial artists would choose to comprehend the origin path, taking the first step and officially entering rank 9. An extremely small number of martial artists would continue to hone their golden body and complete the sixth refinement, reaching a limit of 100,000 calories before advancing to rank 9. However, Old Man Li felt that it was better to continue honing his golden body than to walk on the origin path. To him, honing a golden body at rank 8 only needed to consume energy. When he reached rank 9, he needed to comprehend the realm and martial arts. Rank 9 progress would not be too fast, even for him. It was better to hone his golden body a few more times at rank 8 before stepping into rank 9, becoming a top-notch rank 9 powerhouse in one fell swoop. As soon as he said that, Ko Bianjiang, who had been guarding the Magic City catacombs for many years, could not help but say, "You have already entered rank 8 sixth refinement? That's really fast." The old man was a little envious. At the same time, he was also jealous. With a complicated expression, he said, "These days pass really fast. I remember this time last year, a little later. Fong Ping invited me, Tian Mu, Qin Yaoting, Lu Polu, and a few others to escort him back to Nanjiang. At that time, Tian Mu was rank 8, Qin Yaoting was rank 7, Lu Polu was rank 7, I was rank 8, and you were only rank 6. In the blink of an eye, Tian Mu was rank 9. Qin Yaoting completed rank 8 third refinement and entered rank 8 fourth refinement. You even achieved myriad unification and entered rank 8 sixth refinement. Even that old fellow Lu Polu is rank 8. Ko Bianjiang's expression was complicated beyond belief. Damn it, I was already rank 8 third refinement at that time. Now I'm actually in the same realm as Qin Yaoting, also just entered rank 8 fourth refinement. I can't even reason with this. Old Man Li chuckled. Can't help it. He's talented and improves fast. Come on. Ko Bianjiang sneered, stroking his beard. You guys improve so fast. It's all related to that kid Fong Ping. Speaking of which, this kid also owes me a debt. In the past, considering that he was too weak, I didn't think of asking him to repay the debt. But now, this kid is already rank 8, and I heard that he has also entered rank 8 third refinement. Shouldn't we find a time to let him repay the debt? Wu Quishan and the others could not help but laugh. Ko Bianjiang said that Fong Ping owed him a debt of gratitude. This was true. Back then, when Fong Ping was escorted back to Nanjiang, Ko Bianjiang had also put in a lot of effort. Old Man Li chuckled and said, "Then you go look for him yourself. That kid probably doesn't have any assets now. We'll talk about it after some time. But old Ko, get lost. Who are you calling?" Ko Bianjiang said with a face full of dissatisfaction, "In the past, you used to call me Old Ko, but now, when Old Ko, Li Changsheng, and Old You are here, you weren't so arrogant. You're a lowly person intoxicated by success. Now that you're strong, you don't care about me anymore, right?" Old Man Li was very gloomy. Fong Ping kept calling him Old Man Li, but he was indeed not that old. He had just passed 60 years old, and there was still a gap between him and Ko Bianjiang, who was 70 or 80 years old. When the old principal was alive, he was only in his early 80s. These people were all martial artists of the old principal's generation. He was also the old principal's student, so he was a generation lower. Old Man Li did not say much. He changed the topic right away and said, "Then it's settled. We'll wait for another hour. Then we'll ambush Monster Sunflower City." In the past, the main focus of the military headquarters was defense. However, if MCMAU was stationed there, it would be using offense as defense. There are only 12 cities in the Magic City catacombs. If all of them join forces, we'll join forces with the rank 9 in the country and fight them once more. As long as Absolute Peak can withstand it, we can even destroy 12 cities in the Magic City catacombs. Wu Quishan shook his head and said, "Don't be too optimistic. There won't be such an opportunity again. If a great war breaks out next, I'm afraid the cities from other territories will also join forces during the Great War. That's different." Old Manly laughed and said, "Just the transmission of information alone, they're already a beat slower than us. They still have to pass the message through the restricted area. We're different. We can go straight out of the passageway. It's just a phone call. We can call whoever we want." Let the rank nines gather. As long as the news doesn't leak, they won't even have time to mobilize when they suddenly ambush a catacombs. As long as the speed is fast enough, then there's no problem. However, this will easily cause the people from other territories to be in danger. I'm afraid it will speed up their alliance. We don't have to do this unless it's necessary. While they were talking, Old Manly had already sensed Qin Fingqing's aura. He took a deep breath and said, "Get ready. Gather the other high-ranked martial artists. The main purpose this time is still to kill some monster Sunflower City rank 7 and 8 martial artists. Killing one is one. If the rank 9 doesn't die, the catacombs' true king won't be too concerned." Everyone had no objections. Currently, MCMAU was the main force in Magic City catacombs. Since MCMAU had chosen to attack instead of defend, then they would follow MCMAU's intentions. Around 8 p.m., Monster Sunflower City. At this moment, Monster Sunflower City was brightly lit. City Lord's Mansion. The main hall. The City Lord of Monster Sunflower City sat on the throne. On his left was the son of the Monster Plant Court's king, and on his right was Feng Yeshing. Both of them did not leave. Instead, they returned to Monster Sunflower City. The City Lord of Monster Sunflower City looked at both of them. There was a smile on his face, but there was a burst of contempt in his heart. These two fellows still dared to come. If it wasn't for them last time, things would not have happened. As he thought about it, the City Lord of Monster Sunflower City wore a smile on his face. He said, "Your Highness and Prince Feng can come to Monster Sunflower City this time. Monster Sunflower City is honored by your presence. I wonder if the royal court can give more quotas this time? Both of you know that there have been frequent battles recently. Monster Sunflower City has also suffered heavy losses. In the battle where Monsterwood City was destroyed, one of Monster Sunflower City's venerables died in battle, and 6 of their chieftains died in battle. Now that we're facing MCMAU head-on, we need new blood." As soon as he said this, Feng Yeshing frowned. "This time, it's already more than before. We've given 10 quotas." As soon as he said this, the young man opposite him said lazily, "No problem. Give us 2 more, but give us some Fountain of Life and some sunflower fruits." The City Lord of Monster Sunflower City's expression changed slightly. The son of the royal court's king was not secretive at all. He was asking for bribes straight away. Despite his dissatisfaction, after some thought, the City Lord of Monster Sunflower City smiled and said, "This is a small matter. Your Highness, about tomorrow's selection," the young man said impatiently, "there are 12 quotas. We'll choose half. You can fill up the rest yourself. Just give them whatever you want." As soon as he said this, Feng Yeshing, who was opposite him, was a little disdainful. In any case, he was a descendant of the royal lord. Compared to Ji Yao, he was much worse. As for compared to himself, there was even less of a comparison. After the royal lord was injured, he neglected to discipline him. As one of the successors to the royal court's royal lord, this fellow was so vulgar that he was worse than a brute from the outer domain. As they spoke, the City Lord of Monster Sunflower City's expression changed. He hurriedly got up and said, "Damn it! It seems like a powerhouse is attacking. Someone from MCMAU. It's the swordsman Longevity." The City Lord of Monster Sunflower City hurriedly flew out of the hall after saying this. He could no longer care about these 2 people. As soon as he heard about the swordsman Longevity, the young man stood up and roared, "Guards, escort me back to the restricted area." Although Feng Yeshing was a little frightened, he could not help but despise him. This fellow was really afraid of death. It was just a swordsman Longevity attacking. There was still the city lord of Monster, Sunflower City, and Monster Sunflower City here. Your Highness, don't be impatient. It's not too late to wait. Feng Yeshing advised. There was no other reason. Both of them were here as envoys. They were here to host the youth championship and select some geniuses to enter the restricted area. If they left before the selection began, it would be even more embarrassing. They would be too ashamed to go back. The last time they were chased, they had to flee pathetically back to the restricted area. When they returned to the royal court, they were almost laughed at by the other heirs to the royal court. Wait, if the swordsman Longevity comes. Your Highness, it's not that easy. No matter how strong the swordsman Longevity is, he's only a rank 8. That's hard to say. The young man said a few words. He was still a little frightened. He paced back and forth in the hall, unable to calm down. When Feng Yeshing saw this scene, he despised him even more. However, when he thought of what his grandfather had said to pay attention to this kid, Feng Yeshing frowned. The last time was a little strange. This kid kept saying that MCMAU was nothing and wanted to kill them. Feng Yeshing could not hold it in anymore, causing the situation to change. Otherwise, Feng Ping might have been killed. In the end, he was almost killed by the swordsman Longevity, forcing the city lords to escort them back to the restricted area. This gave the swordsman Longevity and the Snake King the chance to leave the outland. Is there really something strange about this guy? This thought popped up in Feng Yeshing's mind. However, when he saw that this guy's legs were trembling, he could not help but curse. It did not seem like it. However, it was hard to say. He had to observe more. His grandfather valued the Lord very much. Although the Lord did not have long to live, his position as the heir to the Lord might not be secure. Whether he's a real piece of trash or not, if there's a chance, this thought popped up in Feng Yeshing's mind. However, after some thought, it was not the right time. He came with this guy. If this guy really died here, the Lord would still be in his position. He might be able to guess that it had something to do with him. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 717. Longevity Sword, don't you dare! You talk too much. Rumble. The nights in the catacombs were always pitch black. However, on this night, outside Monster Sunflower City, dazzling golden lights shone. Outside the city, Feng Ping concealed his aura and hid in the Jiao's forest. When Jiao was around, it planted trees everywhere and expanded, connecting Skygate City and Monster Sunflower City. Now that Jiao was gone, the Jiao's forest was no longer a threat. Most of the planted trees had been uprooted, but there were still some left in Monster Sunflower City. Feng Ping, hiding in the Jiao's forest, waited silently. Monster Sunflower had not attacked yet. It was not his chance to enter the city. Once Monster Sunflower attacked, he could enter the city. Glancing at his stats, Feng Ping calculated how long he could use them. Wealth, 48 million points vitality, 64,000 calories, 64,280 calories. Mentality, 3,210 hertz, 3,365 hertz. Destruction power, 24 yuan, bones honed. 206 bones, 100%, storage space, 1,000 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute plus, aura simulation, 10 point/minute plus. His wealth was 7 million more than when he came out of closed-door cultivation. This was from the armor that Zhang Tao had given him. Feng Ping asked old Zhang to give it to him, and old Zhang did not refuse. It was considered Feng Ping's own gain. 7 million, that was 70 billion. It was not comparable to a rank 9 divine weapons, 100 billion. However, even the best rank 8 divine weapon was only worth about 50 billion. Divine armors were indeed more valuable than divine weapons. Simulating aura simulation costs about 15,000 points a day. Fortunately, the consumption is not high. It's bearable. Fan Ping could stay in the catacombs for 10 years if he did not use up his aura simulation. However, he was alone. 2 people would shorten the time by 10 times. 3 people would not be able to stay for long. This was also the reason why Fan Ping did not bring anyone else. He did not have enough wealth and could not spend it casually. Bringing Old Wang and the others would not help much, and they would be easily exposed. Old Man Li is really strong. Fan Ping thought about this while watching the battle. In mid-air, Old Man Li's body shone brightly, his sword aura soaring. After a while, Old Man Li slashed 4 or 5 times, and each slash tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, the golden body on Monster Sunflower City's Lord had several large holes. The Lord of Monster Sunflower City was no match for Old Man Li. Even though he had stepped into the quintessence Tao, it hadn't been long since he had stepped into it. At most, he was comparable to Wu Quishan in the previous battle. Although he also had a rank 9 divine weapon in his hands, he was currently being suppressed by Old Man Li. Over here, Old Man Li was suppressing Monster Sunflower City's Lord. On the other side, Qin Fengqing and the others didn't get too close to the city. Instead, they kept releasing their auras to provoke the city. Before Yao Kuei came out, they didn't dare to attack the city. If they were attacked by Yao Kuei, they wouldn't be able to hold on. A bunch of trash. Do you dare to come and kill me? That good-for-nothing from last time was still a rank 8. In the end, he had to rely on betraying his partner to escape. Fan Ping didn't manage to kill you last time, but this time, you won't be able to escape. His name is Quara, right? What a piece of trash. Come out, I'm just an early stage rank 7, I can still kill you. Outside the city, Qin Fengqing cursed incessantly. During the battle at Skygate City, 2 rank 8 powerhouses from Monster Sunflower City went to help. In the end, one of them escaped. Before he left, he attacked the other rank 8, and that was how he escaped. After the battle, Elder Fan and the others had also publicized this matter in Monster Sunflower City. However, the person was already dead. Now that Quara was alive, if the city lord of Monster Sunflower City didn't say anything, no one else would dare to question venerable Quara. Today, however, Qin Fengqing was cursing loudly. In the city, 2 rank 8 golden body powerhouses and 7 rank 7 martial artists were all using flight step. There was also one who was guarding the underground mineral vein. The faces of the 9 people were filled with anger. One of the golden body powerhouses even looked livid. Bastard. Quara cursed under his breath. Because of this matter, he had already been reprimanded by the city lord of Monster Sunflower City a few times. However, considering that he was a rank 8 and that the other party was already dead, dead people were worthless in the catacombs. Therefore, other than the Venerable's family who was hostile to him, even if the others knew that he had done this, they dared not say anything. Now, however, the resurrected martial artist opposite him had reopened his scars. Moreover, he was using the catacombs' language. Despicable. Although his colleagues beside him did not say anything, Quara could feel that something was different. Now that a great battle had broken out, these people would not fight with him. Instead, they would stay far away from him, worried that he would come again. Even Quara wanted to attack immediately and kill the bastard opposite him. However, the king had not given the order, so he dared not act rashly. At this moment, he could only listen to the other party's curses. Gueluo did not speak. Next to him, another rank 8 powerhouse said, Hope City has 2 venerables and 5 commander-level martial artists. If they're really going to fight, Gueluo, you keep that middle-stage venerable occupied. Hearing that, Quara sneered in his heart. Middle-stage venerable martial artists were bandits at the border. Early-stage venerable martial artists were Lu Polu. Did this guy really think that he was stupid to leave the strongest to him? However, Quara agreed quickly and said, Okay, since this guy wanted to deal with the others, then let him be. Quara had already seen a few familiar faces among the 5 commander-level powerhouses. Tang Feng, Lu Fengru, Li Hansong, Huang Jing. These few people, including the guy who scolded him, were all familiar faces. During the battle in Monsterwood City, these people had all held divine weapons and held them back, including Lu Palu. The former commander level, now a venerable, had also held a divine weapon that day. He might not be weaker than a middle-stage, venerable martial artist. As for Ko Bianjiang, he was also familiar with him. Both parties had fought a few times. Although he was a middle-stage rank 8, he did not have a divine weapon. Ko Bianjiang did not have a divine weapon, so it was not that difficult to deal with him. Seeing that Quara agreed readily, the others did not say anything. Quara sneered again in his heart. It was really embarrassing for him to be the only one humiliated. However, if these guys were to suffer a little, then he would not be the only one humiliated. As for casualties, it would not be that easy. The king was still here, and the tutelary had not made a move. The other party only had a longevity swordsman. It would not be easy to kill them. While he was thinking, in midair, Monster Sunflower City's governor roared, "Sunflower Guardian, attack!" Monster Sunflower City's governor was very aggrieved. Indeed, he was not a match. In front of the two royal court highnesses, he was suppressed by the longevity swordsman. In front of the city people, he was suppressed and beaten. His dignity was swept away. Just now, he was prepared to fight alone, at least to maintain some dignity as a king. Even if the foreign king was not as good as the restricted area king, he could not be too humiliated. However, the longevity swordsman was stronger. If this went on, it would be even more humiliating. Useless. Old Man Li laughed loudly. Then a long sword pierced through the air, slashing at his head. The void rift appeared again. The sword's aftershock penetrated the city directly, and the city walls collapsed. At this time, inside the city, a huge sunflower soared into the sky, charging toward Old Man Li. Qin Fengqing and the others retreated, waiting for Old Man Li to fight with them, holding them back to prevent these people from getting involved in their battle. One man and one demon met. As soon as they met, Monster Sunflower City's governor roared, and the materialized object appeared. It was also a monster sunflower. The materialized object instantly merged with Monster Sunflower and Monster Sunflower's aura sword. Child's play. Old Man Li sneered. This was the auxiliary cultivation method of the foreign city governors of Monster Plant King Court and Monster Life King Court. They cultivated together with the monster plants and monsters. When both parties cooperated, the materialized object would merge into the monster's body, making the monster stronger. However, this kind of combat method was only suitable when there were fewer opponents. If it was 2 against 2 now, Monster Sunflower City's governor would be slightly weaker if he did this, and he would be easily killed. In the blink of an eye, 2 men and 1 demon were entangled together. Old Man Li's sword's aura soared into the sky. The aftershock did not even consider, spreading in all directions. On the other side, when Qin Fengqing and the others saw Old Man Li holding back 2 rank 9s, they did not say a word. One by one, they took out their divine weapons and charged toward the people in the city. Those powerhouses did not dare to fight in the city. Monster Sunflower City's governor roared, "Get out of the city and fight!" As soon as he said that, Monster Sunflower City's powerhouses flew out of the city, fighting with Li Hansong and the others. In the forest, Fang Ping felt a little regretful. Too bad I can't make a move now. Otherwise, in this situation, if he used his golden house to cover them, these 2 rank 8s and 7 rank 7s would not be able to escape. Forget it. They're all weaklings. It doesn't matter if I kill them now or not. The 2 rank 8s were both middle stage rank 8. They had just entered rank 8 third refinement, similar to Fang Ping. Their strength control was also average, not as good as Fang Ping's now. Even if they were to fight, these 2 were not Fang Ping's match. If they were not Fang Ping's match, then they were not a threat to him. As for Ko Bianjiang and the others, they were not a threat either. Lu Polu was holding a rank 9 divine weapon. Iron Head was also wearing a divine armor. It did not matter if 2 rank 7s were missing. Old Huang was also a peak rank 7 martial artist. Monster Sunflower City's manpower was not enough. However, Fong Ping still frowned slightly. In the city, there seemed to be many high-ranked martial artists' auras. Now that he was outside the city, he could feel it more clearly. Under the aura fluctuations, he could feel it. There are actually 2 rank 8s and 5 rank 7s. Fong Ping frowned. If that was the case, it would be a little troublesome. Old Man Li and the rest probably felt it too. However, these people seemed to have some concerns and did not show up. If that was the case, Old Man Li and the rest did not retreat. If these people really wanted to attack, it would not be too late to retreat then. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Could it be people from the restricted area? Other than people from the restricted area, people from other cities would not mobilize so many powerhouses to support Monster Sunflower City. Not to mention that this ambush was decided at the last minute. Whatever, I'll take advantage of the big battle and enter the city first. At this moment, the powerhouses were fighting outside the city. Old Man Li dragged the 2 rank 9s, fighting further and further away. Luring these rank 9s away also made things easier for Fong Ping. Under the night sky, Fong Ping's figure moved. He did not choose to dig a hole. Instead, he made a detour and went straight to the other side of the city wall. The current him was extremely fast. Rank 9s might still be able to sense some movement if he hid his aura, but others could not. Digging a hole to enter the city was a thing of the past. This time, he was not interested in the mineral vein. Otherwise, he could directly enter and kill the rank 7 guarding the city. Then, Fong Ping could dig away a large portion of the mineral vein. In the residence of the city lord, the youth was still pacing back and forth. Fong Ping sensed 2 rank 8s and 5 rank 7s. They were indeed people from the restricted area. The youth and Feng Yesheng were both rank 7s. There were also 2 rank 8s and 3 rank 7s escorting them here. This time there were no rank 9 powerhouses escorting them. On Feng Yesheng's side, most of the god generals under King Feng's command had been killed. Now, there were only 3 of them left. They all had important matters to attend to and could not escort them. As for the youth, although the current Monster Plants King Court's lord still led the Monster Plants King Court in name, it was not that easy for him to order a rank 9 around. It was still possible for the lord to order them around. However, it was extremely difficult for his son to be escorted by a rank 9 when he went out to be a messenger. This time, there were only 2 rank 8 powerhouses escorting them into the outskirts. Feng Yesheng looked at the youth pacing back and forth. He raised his head and looked at the sky, saying somewhat irritably, "Your Highness, we have the upper hand. It seems like a battle between god generals has erupted over at Monster Phoenix City. MCMAU's Snake King should be occupied. There's no danger." The youth frowned. "I'm not afraid of anything. However, there are frequent battles here. It's better to leave as soon as possible. This time, we'll escort Monster Sunflower City and the other city's geniuses back to the king's court immediately. The personnel from the other cities have been confirmed. Monster Sunflower City is the last stop. When we're done here, we can naturally return to the king's court." Feng Yesheng continued, "I hope that there will be a few true geniuses among the people we're escorting this time." At this point, Feng Yesheng frowned. "Not many of these so-called geniuses from the outskirts can enter the commander level. If we don't produce a few more commander-level geniuses this time, we'll be looked down upon again." The youth said casually, "It's all Fong Ping's fault. This *** slaughtered so many genius martial artists in the battleground of the king's court. Otherwise, why would he?" Fong Yesheng's face turned ashen when he said Fong Ping's name. Not only was he targeting Fong Ping, but he was also targeting the youth. He said with an ugly expression, "Li, are you blaming me?" The youth seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then he said unhappily, Feng Yesheng, I don't think so. I just hate Feng Ping. He killed a lot of geniuses. What does it have to do with you? Humph. Feng Yesheng let out a soft humph. Earlier, he had called him Your Highness. Now he was too lazy to be polite and called him by his name. This guy never thought before he spoke. Was he trying to embarrass him by mentioning Feng Ping now? As the two of them were talking, a rank, 8 powerhouse beside them suddenly turned his head to look. His gaze was slightly suspicious. Just now, there seemed to be some movement in the backyard of the city, Lord's mansion? However, the city was very chaotic now. The guards in the backyard of the city, Lord's mansion, were also on high alert. It was not strange for there to be some movement. In the backyard, Feng Ping had already snuck in. He felt a little regretful. Feng Yesheng. He sensed Feng Yesheng's aura. What a pity. The other party was with a few rank 8s. Otherwise, it would be better if he killed Feng Yesheng and replaced him. However, these people might not split up now. If he killed them by force, he would be exposed. If he dragged this on, when Old Man Li and the rest left and the rank 9s returned, he would not have a chance anymore. Forget it. I'll spare your life. Feng Yesheng is an idiot. He's a dead man. It's fine if I don't kill him. Sooner or later, he'll be my scapegoat. Feng Ping felt that it was not a bad idea to not kill Feng Yesheng. He could not get too close to the true king. Feng Yesheng was the Maple King's biological grandson. If he killed him, he might come into contact with the Maple King. It would be easy to be exposed. People from the outer realms were still the best. Outsiders did not understand the restricted area. Even if they went in and did something a little out of line, it would not be surprising. However, people from the restricted area, like Feng Yesheng, were familiar with the place. They were familiar with many people in the restricted area. If they did something unusual, they would be discovered easily. I'll replace the outsiders. This is the first time I've entered the restricted area. I should at least give myself some basic information. Feng Ping had a plan in his mind. He began to search. After a while, in the golden house, Feng Ping looked at the youth in front of him, who was still a little dazed. He smiled and said, Sit. You are. The youth was also a rank 6 martial artist. However, he was extremely dazed at this moment. He was still in the house just now. How did he suddenly appear in the darkness? In the golden house, Feng Ping covered the original appearance of the house, leaving only darkness. Upon seeing this, he smiled and said, Sit down and talk. I'm under Lord Huai King. This time, Lord Feng King sent Prince Feng to Monster Sunflower City. King Huai was worried and sent me to investigate. There are some things that you're better off not knowing. I've already said this. If you ask again, you won't be able to escape death. Now, tell me everything about Prince Feng coming to Monster Sunflower City. Don't leave out any of his actions. The youth's face was full of fear. A venerable under King Huai King's command, Monster Sunflower City and King Huai King had a dirty relationship. Last time, King Huai King wanted Monster Sunflower City Lord to help in the battle against Monster Wood City. In the end, Monster Sunflower City Lord refused and did not send anyone to help. King Huai King was furious. Moreover, it involved a dispute between true kings. The youth was frightened and uneasy. He said nervously, Sir, then this is my indestructible God space. Don't worry. The 2 god generals have already left. No one will find out. The 2 venerables that Prince Feng brought are no match for me. Feng Ping smiled. His expression turned cold. All right, don't waste time. Tell me quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. The youth was shocked. Indestructible God space? King Huai King had such a powerhouse under his command? The so-called indestructible God space was a materialized object. However, it was a materialized object that contained space. Such a materialized object was extremely rare. The youth did not know if Fong Ping's identity was real or fake, but it was a fact that he was very strong. In addition, he was only asking about Feng Miesheng's situation. The youth hesitated and did not dare to ask Fong Ping to produce an item to prove his identity. There was no need for that. It was almost impossible to ask such a powerhouse under King Huai King to prove his identity. At this moment, the youth was worried that Fong Ping would silence him. He was not in a hurry to talk about Feng Miesheng. Instead, he quickly said, "My name is Kuei Ming. My father is Venerable Kuei Luo. He leads the Royal City Imperial Guards. Sir, if anything happens to me, my father will definitely find out. Sir, since you've entered the 7 Southern Territory, there will be records of the passage between the 7 Southern Territory and Mount Royal Sea. I dare not get involved in anything between the true kings. I only hope that after you know everything, you can spare my life. Sir, don't worry. I dare not speak nonsense about what happened to Prince Feng. Once I expose him, I will also be implicated and my father will be implicated. I won't dare to speak nonsense about something that could cost my life," Fong Ping laughed. "You're a smart man. So you're Venerable Kuei Luo's son. Never mind. Venerable Kuei Luo went to battle last time. He was also doing Lord King Huai King a favor. There's no harm in sparing your life." The youth was overjoyed when he heard that. His father had participated in the Battle of Monsterwood City last time and almost died. Now it seemed that it was not without its benefits. The venerable under King Huai King also knew about this. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to profit? His father was being ostracized now because of the repercussions of the previous battle. Should he ask this venerable to pass on the message that his father was also a rank 8 venerable powerhouse? Perhaps he could rely on King Huai King? The youth did not dare delay as he thought about this, because he had the intention to rely on King Huai King. He did not leave out a single detail when he talked about Feng Miesheng. Fong Ping listened attentively and asked questions frequently. As for whether this fellow was speaking the truth or not, he would find out later when he asked someone. However, Old Man Li still had to make this place a little more chaotic. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain if someone was missing. I hope Old Man Li is reliable. Fong Ping prayed in his heart and began to seriously memorize everything the youth said. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 718. Kuei Ming, Kuei Luo's son, middle stage rank 6. His father, Kuei Luo, was the commander-in-chief of Monster Sunflower City's Royal City's Imperial Guards. In Monster Sunflower City, other than the 2 rank 9 powerhouses, Kuei Luo was the most trusted subordinate of the Monster Sunflower City's castellan. After all, to be in charge of the Royal City's Imperial Guards was to protect the Royal City and the House of Castellan. It could be seen from Kuei Ming living in the House of Castellan. Kuei Luo did not have his own house, but he had his own courtyard in the backyard of the House of Castellan. Fong Ping entered Kuei Luo's house. This time, Feng Miesheng and Li Yi represented the Monster Plant's royal court, coming to the outer area to select genius martial artists to enter the restricted area. Li Yi, Fong Ping had some thoughts in his mind. Monster Plant's royal court's crown prince, the son of the Lord King that even old Zhang valued, a cowardly, arrogant, and ignorant fellow in Kuei Ming's words. Kuei Ming did not say it clearly, but the meaning behind his words was that he looked down on Li Yi. After listening for a while, Fong Ping muttered, "Cowardly, arrogant, and conceited?" He had heard from old Zhang and old man Li that when the war broke out in the Magic City catacombs, Li Yi and Feng Miesheng overestimated themselves and brought people to kill old man Li. In the end, they were chased by old man Li until they pissed their pants. Is he really arrogant and cowardly? Fong Ping was suspicious. There were people like this, and there were many of them. There was no lack of such people in the history books. Many of the dynasty's crown princes were useless. This was very common. There was no shortage of people who were extremely shrewd. Endure, lie low, wait for the right time. What kind of person was Li Yi? Forget it. Ignore him. Just be careful. In the martial arts world, strength was the most important and strategy was secondary. Li Yi was only rank 7. He had not reached that stage yet. A desperate old Zhang who was scheming and plotting was scary. After asking for a while, Fang Ping suddenly said, "What combat skills are you good at? Show me." Kuei Ming's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. Combat skills? Why was he asking about combat skills? Fang Ping frowned. Just use them. Did your father, Kuei Luo, teach you combat skills? If it is, then show it to me. I want to see just how powerful Venerable Sunflower's battle technique is. Combat skills also represent an expert's comprehension of the martial Tao. This sovereign wants to see how far your father is from the divine general realm. With these words, Kuei Ming felt much more at ease. Soon, he executed a set of battle techniques. There was a slight difference between the cultivation systems of humans and the catacombs martial artists, but essentially they were about the same. Battle techniques were also a form of utilization of power. Humans used vitality force, while catacombs martial artists used energy force. In the past, Fang Ping might not have been able to tell anything. Now, however, once the sunflower combat technique was unleashed, Fang Ping could sense the general situation in detail. It was a recombination of energy. In terms of strength control and understanding, Kuei Ming, a rank 6 martial artist, naturally paled in comparison to Fang Ping. While Kuei Ming was executing his combat technique, Fang Ping began to simulate the way Kuei Ming combined his strength. Very quickly, a ball of energy appeared in Fang Ping's hand. It looked like a tree root or a whip. Fang Ping unleashed a move. The energy tree whip lashed out with an explosive sound. In the golden house, it was Fang Ping's materialized object that had a shielding effect. Otherwise, such a loud noise would have been discovered long ago. When Kuei Ming saw Fang Ping executing the same move as him, he was slightly dazed. Very quickly, his face filled with reverence, he said hurriedly, "Sir, you have great foresight. I have shown you my incompetence." Fang Ping frowned slightly. "That's it. Although it's not bad, the efficiency in unleashing strength is very low. Is this the only combat technique Venerable Kuei Luo could create? If that's all, then this sovereign is too disappointed." The strength of a combat technique depended on the effectiveness of one's strength. Control was control. Unleashing was unleashing. Vitality 10,000 calories, control 5,000 calories. Without the combination of combat technique, reorganization, 5,000 calories was just 5,000 calories. However, the existence of combat techniques was to unleash the 5,000 calories vitality to greater effect to carry out amplification. The greater the amplification, the stronger the combat technique. Therefore, powerhouses who created powerful combat techniques had extremely high control of their own strength. They also had a deep understanding of the essence of strength. This combat technique created by Kuei Luo was just average. Seeing this, Kuei Ming hurriedly said, "Sir, this is the Outland after all. My father's knowledge is shallow. Naturally, he can't be compared to you, sir. Sir, you've been serving under Sir King Huai. You've seen a lot of things. You've seen a lot of king-level powerhouses. My father has always been under King Kuei's command. He hasn't even left Monster, Sunflower City, a few times. Naturally, he can't compare to you, sir." Kuei Ming tried to flatter him, but he also gave an explanation in passing. It was inevitable that the knowledge of powerhouses from the Outland was not as good as that of the restricted zone powerhouses. There were many rank 9s in the restricted zone. Under a true king's command, there were at least 5 to 6 rank 9s. At most, there were more than 10 rank 9s. In the Outland, there were 2 in a city. One of them was a demon. Their cultivation system was different from theirs. In other words, in the Outland, there was actually only 1 rank 9 powerhouse in a city. And this rank 9 was high and mighty, known as a king. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to count on these kings to guide you. Therefore, most of the powerhouses in the Outland fumbled on their own. At Kuei Luo's level, under normal circumstances, the city lord would be kind if he did not suppress you. Why would he guide you and let you enter rank 9 to compete with him? Seeing this, Fong Ping did not say anything else. He asked again, "Are you going to participate in the championship tomorrow?" Kuei Ming hurriedly smiled and said, "I was lucky enough to get a place." Fong Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. "Got a place?" Following Kuei Ming's explanation, Fong Ping understood. Shady. The law of the jungle was even more obvious in the catacombs. If the son of a rank 8 powerhouse wanted to enter the restricted zone, naturally it would not be too troublesome. Monster Sunflower City's city lord had children. However, he did not have many descendants. Moreover, for the children of rank 9 powerhouses to enter the restricted zone, it would not be too troublesome. In other words, the children of rank 8 participating in the youth championship were the ones with the greatest background. Kuei Ming had already secured a place. He was just putting on an act. Tomorrow, those geniuses from the Outer City and Royal City would compete for the places to enter the top 10. On Kuei Ming's side, there were 2 other youths with similar status to him who would participate. There would be a total of 13 people competing for 10 places. At this moment, Kuei Ming still did not know that Lian had promised 2 more places. Previously, it was announced that there were 10 places. 13 people competing for 10 places. Among them, the other geniuses from the Outer City and Royal City were not all rank 6. There were some rank 5. Among them, 3 would be eliminated. That was why Kuei Ming said that he had secured a place, because it was almost impossible for them to be eliminated. At this point, Fong Ping continued to ask questions. At this moment, Kuei Ming felt that something was wrong. Fong Ping asked him how he usually interacted with his father, whether he was familiar with King Sunflower, how he addressed him in the residence of the city lord, who were his acquaintances, his daily life. These did not match what Fong Ping had said before. Previously, Fong Ping said that he wanted to find out information about Fong extermination. Now, however, a venerable powerhouse was so concerned about the life of a rank 6 martial artist. Why was this? Seeing that Kuei Ming seemed puzzled, Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Since you want to enter the restricted zone, enter the royal court, and coincidentally, I ran into you. Kuei Ming, are you willing to join Lord Huai King and work for him?" Kuei Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. "I am willing." "Then your current mission is to enter King Maple's service. At this time, I need to understand everything about you in detail. If I don't understand everything about you, how can I believe that you have the ability to enter King Maple's inner circle? Without the corresponding ability, it's fine if you die, but if you ruin King Huai's plan, your death will not be regretted. Tell me in detail about your situation. Let me see if you are up to the task." Kuei Ming's face showed a hint of struggle. Enter King Maple's inner circle? That was a true king. Fong Ping said again, "Don't worry, you are not qualified to come into contact with King Maple. I only want you to follow Fong extermination. Fong extermination is a good-for-nothing, but he covets the throne of the royal court. We need to obtain all the information about him. Whether you can hide from Fong extermination depends on your ability. If you can't even hide from Fong extermination, you are also a good-for-nothing. Lord Huai King does not need good-for-nothings. If you want to stand out, if you want to go out, if you want to become a city lord in the future, then you need to show your ability. I'm giving you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on you." Kuei Ming no longer cared about Fong Ping's question. King Huai King wanted him to become a spy and enter King Maple's inner circle. This mission was extremely dangerous. However, this was also the only way to enter King Huai King's line of sight. Even his father could not easily come into contact with a true king powerhouse. A rank 8 powerhouse was not weak. Achieving a golden body made them much stronger than a rank 7. However, there was no shortage of powerhouses in the restricted area. There were only so many true kings. Who did not want to come into contact with a true king? Perhaps they could gain a lot and enter Divine General or even True King. Fang Ping wanted him to show his ability and understand his detailed information. Kuei Ming was no longer surprised. Instead, he felt that Fang Ping was not being perfunctory and was very serious. Otherwise, a rank 8 powerhouse did not need to know these things. He was not an important person. Although his father was also a rank 8, he was only a rank 8 from the outer circle. There was nothing worth Fang Ping's scheming. Next, Kuei Ming began to explain his situation. Agreeing to Fang Ping and becoming a pawn under King Huai King's command to stand out was also what everyone wanted. Otherwise, even if he entered the restricted area, he would still be an insignificant nobody. Clearly, King Maple did not think much of a nobody like him. Not to mention King Maple, people like Feng Extermination were extremely arrogant. These few days, he had tried to curry favor with them. In the end, Feng Extermination looked down on him, a martial artist who was only a middle-stage martial general. And now the opportunity had come. Fang Ping listened while calculating the time, sensing the movements in the outside world. Old man Li's long howl had sounded 3 times, which meant that he could not hold on any longer. He was fighting against 2 rank 9s who were both powerhouses of the origin path. Although he was strong, he could not hold on for too long. Moreover, if the battle dragged on, powerhouses from other cities would be easily mobilized. After estimating the time, Fang Ping nodded slightly and smiled. Not bad. Although I still don't understand enough, it's enough. Kuei Ming's face lit up with joy, but very quickly the joy froze. Fang Ping was straightforward. Without hesitation, he destroyed Kuei Ming's mentality. With the ability of a rank 8, it was not difficult to kill a rank 6. After killing this guy, Fang Ping kept the guy's corpse into his space. Fang Ping changed into his clothes and rubbed his cheeks hard. The muscles in his body began to wriggle and his cells began to reorganize. After a while, Fang Ping appeared in the room. In the room, Fang Ping looked at himself in the crystal mirror. Just like Kuei Ming, his short hair grew instantly. The color of his hair changed slightly, and soon he was no different from Kuei Ming. The aura on his body was also the same as Kuei Ming's. There was no difference. What Kuei Ming said might not be true. I still need to find someone to verify it. Fang Ping was not sure if everything Kuei Ming said was true. This guy might not be able to tell if he had mixed in some lies. He had to find someone to verify it. The backyard of the House of Castellan was still in chaos. A large number of Imperial guards were on high alert, patrolling the backyard. Fang Ping walked out of the room. Very soon, a group of Imperial guards passed by. When they saw Fang Ping, they hurriedly greeted. "Young Commander, it's chaotic outside." "Young Commander, please don't go out just in case." Fang Ping nodded slightly. His expression was solemn and grim. With some worry, he lifted his head and looked outside the city, muttering, "I wonder if Father is safe." Among the Imperial guards, the leading general said hurriedly, "The King and Lord Guardian have already defeated Longevity Sword. The Commander-in-Chief has also gained the upper hand. Very soon he will return victorious. Young Commander, don't worry." "I know. I don't need you to talk too much. Stand down." "Yes." Although this person was also a rank 6 martial artist, he dared not say much at this moment. He immediately led his men and left. At the same time, outside the city, while Qin Fengqing was killing, he transmitted his voice. "Iron Head! We have to kill our way into the House of Castellan, create some chaos, and kill some people." Li Hansong sent a rank 7 martial artist flying with a punch. He transmitted his voice. "This is a little troublesome. There are still many powerhouses in the House of Castellan. There are even 2 rank 8 martial artists. This is not expected. There's no other way. I have to go. How about you go, and I help you keep an eye on them? Li Hansong was speechless. It's also very troublesome if I go, okay? However, according to Fang Ping's previous plan, he would enter the house of Castellan and look for an opportunity to find a replacement. It would be peaceful if he did not create any chaos. Once again, Fang Ping did not find a replacement. He killed a few more people. He could not possibly let people die for no reason, right? With a sweep of a rank 9 powerhouses mentality, it would be clear whether there were more or less people in the house of Castellan. If that happened, Fang Ping's plan would be problematic. Kill. Li Hansong did not think any further. With a loud roar, he hugged a rank 7 martial artist. With this hug, Lu Fengru and the rest did not care about the others at all. One after another, they attacked Li Hansong. Big moves erupted. Rumble. With a loud bang, Li Hansong's divine armor flashed with golden light. The rank 7 who was hugged was already smashed into minced meat. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing roared, "Go and rob the house of Castellan. There are sunflower seeds in the house of Castellan. Go. How dare you?" The people of Monster Sunflower City roared. These people had the guts to want to kill their way into the city. In midair, Monster Sunflower City's city, Lord and Monster Sunflower were suppressing Li Chongsheng. However, Old Man Li roared, "Hand over 1,000 sunflower seeds and I will retreat now. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you this time." Bastard. Both Monster Sunflower City's city lord and Monster Sunflower were furious. So that was it. Longevity Sword and the others attacked the city for the sunflower fruits. Monster Sunflower City's city lord was about to explode. Sunflower fruits were ineffective against rank 9 martial artists. They had almost no effect on rank 8 martial artists. However, the effect on middle and rank 7 martial artists was not weak. He did not expect Longevity Sword to come for this. Moreover, he asked for 1,000 seeds right off the bat. Did he really think that there were a lot of sunflower fruits? Old Man Li did not care about this. He roared, "Hand it over or not. If you don't, I will attack the city every day. Elder Ko, Elder Lu, go to the house of Castellan and take the sunflower seeds. There must be some in the house of Castellan." As soon as he finished speaking, he roared, "Those fellows from the restricted area, if you dare to attack, I will kill you. Why don't you just ask Monster Sunflower City to hand over the sunflower seeds, and we will retreat immediately? You have a death wish." Monster Sunflower City's city lord and Monster Sunflower City were enraged. They attacked Li Chongqing one after another. Void energy exploded again and again. Although Old Man Li flew backward, he managed to hold his ground. It was just like when they surrounded and killed the Skygate tree. At their level, they could defeat and suppress their opponents. However, it was extremely difficult to kill them. The house of Castellan. Li Yi cursed softly. He could not help but say, "Why don't we give them some sunflower fruits and ask them to leave?" "Your Highness, you can't." The few bodyguards shook their heads hastily. Feng Yeshing's expression was ugly as well. He said no. How can we compromise with a martial artist who has resurrected? If this gets out, it will be a great crime in the royal court. You and I will be no exception. Li Yi said angrily, "But if this goes on, what if Monster Sunflower City can't stop the Longevity Sword and they invade the city? What should we do? When we leave, who cares how they kill us? Feng Yeshing, do you want to die here?" Feng Yeshing frowned. He said coldly, "It's not that bad yet. I won't attack them anyway." As Li Yi spoke, she looked at the bodyguards beside her and said, "You guys are not allowed to attack them either. Be careful of these fellows luring you away and plotting against me. If they want to snatch the sunflower fruits, then let them. We're only here as guests. We're not here to help Monster Sunflower City defend against a strong enemy. Feng Yeshing, I'm leaving the house of Castellan to hide somewhere else. Are you coming? Li. Feng Nieshing was furious. Useless. Was he that afraid of death? He was running away before the battle even started. At this moment, the longevity sword was blocked. The ones who came were only a group of rank 7 and 8 martial artists. Moreover, although Monster Sunflower City had lost a commander-level powerhouse, the others were still alive. If they worked together with these people, they would have a chance of killing this group of people. Li Yi was running away. While Li Yi was moving, she said, "There's a saying in the land of rebirth. The son of a rich family does not sit under the eaves." Who are we? Fighting with these people. Even if he perished together with them, even if he killed a few people, so what? If we have to fight, we have to fight against the descendants of the true monarchs. Those are the ones who are worth risking our lives for. Feng Nieshing, if you're willing, you can do it. I'm leaving. Feng Nieshing said with a smile. You can do it if you want. I'm leaving. As soon as he said that, Feng exterminations will to fight instantly dissipated. Yes. Who were they? The descendant of the true king, the son of the king lord. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill the descendants of the true kings. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill a peerless prodigy martial artist like Fang Ping. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to kill someone like Li Changsheng. Were the others worth killing? If something were to happen in the outer realms, then the gains would not make up for the losses. For some sunflower fruits, it was not worth it. At the thought of this, Feng Nieshing snorted softly and did not say anything else. He retreated with Li Yi and the rest, avoiding the mansion of the city lord first. These people left quickly. In mid-air, the monster Sunflower City lord who was fighting sensed it immediately. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. B***starred. D***eminent. 2 venerables and 5 chieftains. This was comparable to the strength of the people from the land of rebirth. Together with the 2 venerables and many chieftains in the city, even if they could not kill this group of people, they could still keep them out of the city. But these people had actually run away. D***eminent. The people from the restricted area were all B***stards. All of them deserved to die. Usually they gave them orders, not caring about the casualties in the outer realms. When it was time to risk their lives, these people were actually afraid of death to this extent. But this time, Feng Nieshing and Li Yi's identities were extremely important. If something really happened here, he would not be able to explain. Although the monster Sunflower City lord was furious, if the other party really left, he had nothing to say. Now, while fighting, he shouted, "There are no sunflowers in the city. Longevity sword. How dare you attack and kill the people in the city? From now on, I will no longer care about any rules. I will attack and kill martial artists from the land of rebirth every day and night." Old man, Li laughed loudly. "We won't be like you. Old Lu, only attack the mansion of the city lord. Don't kill those small fries. Kill those who block the way." As soon as he said that, Qin Fengqing and the rest who were fighting in the city shouted, "Weaklings get lost. Those who block the way shall die. We will only attack the mansion of the city lord." The monster Sunflower City lord was furious. Suddenly he stopped talking. The materialized object suddenly emerged from Monster Sunflower's body and entered his body instantly. In the next moment, the monster Sunflower City lord unleashed a powerful attack. Monster Sunflower, on the other hand, prepared to withdraw and return to the city to kill these people. Old man Li had expected this. His long sword pierced through the air, blocking its path. He shouted, 1 minute. 1 minute, retreat." These words were not only said to Qin Fengqing and the rest, but also to Fang Ping in the city. 1 minute at most. He had to leave. If he did not leave now, he might not be in trouble. However, he could not keep 2 rank 9 occupied under such a huge consumption. Once they escaped, Qin Fengqing and the rest would be in danger. Quick, attack the mansion of the city lord and snatch the sunflower seeds. Everyone shouted one after another. Yet Kue Luo and the rest looked powerless, retreating as they fought. Initially, they thought that these people came to kill, to fight to the death. Then, of course, they would fight to the death. However, these people actually came for the sunflower seeds. There were some left in the mansion of the city lord, but very few. These people were going to retreat soon. If they insisted on fighting to the death at this time, what if they died? It was better to wait for the king and the Lord Protector to repel longevity, sword before making plans. Hence, 2 rank 8s and 5 rank 7s suppressed these people and fought them into the city. At this moment, the residents and imperial guards in the city were also retreating hurriedly. The battle between these high-rank powerhouses was not something they could stop. In the mansion of the city lord, Fong Ping caught an imperial guard general by surprise, interrogated him about some things, and quickly destroyed the corpse and erased the evidence. He had also heard old man Li shout. When he saw Qin Fengqing and the rest charging in his direction, Fong Ping's gaze flickered slightly. He did not stay in the mansion of the city lord, but quickly ran in the direction where Feng Nieshing and the rest had retreated. As soon as those fellows ran, he sensed it. As he chased in that direction, Fong Ping shouted, "Monster Sunflower Corps, follow me out of the palace and protect the 2 highnesses." Having said that, almost 100 Imperial Guard martial artists gathered behind him. Fong Ping did not waste any time. He took the flight step and immediately led his men out of the mansion of the city lord to protect Feng Nieshing and the rest. Although these fellows were all high-ranked, at this time a little flattery might be effective. Feng Nieshing and the rest did not run far. Very soon, Fong Ping saw their silhouettes. He shouted from afar, "Your Highness, I'm late." "Monster Sunflower Corps, protect your Highness!" Fong Ping shouted his orders. In front, Feng Nieshing and Li Yi frowned. "Do we need your protection? Moreover, these fellows made such a big fuss. Aren't they telling others that they ran away?" For a moment, Feng Nieshing's gaze toward Fong Ping was extremely unfriendly. Fong Ping did not care about that. He landed in front of Feng Nieshing and Li Yi in an instant. With a Changdao in his hand and his back facing them, he looked at the battlefield in the distance with a vigilant expression. He said in a low voice, "Don't worry, your highnesses. Although I'm not a high-ranked powerhouse's match, I'm willing to fight for your highnesses until the end." Feng Nieshing frowned slightly but did not say anything. He snorted coldly in his heart. Flatterer. If they really came, he did not believe that these people could fight to the end. However, these people would be leaving soon. Feng Nieshing and the rest did not leave either. They stood outside the mansion of the city lord and watched the battle in the sky. The Monster Sunflower City Lord and Monster Sunflower were about to completely suppress Li Changsheng. If Li Changsheng and the rest did not leave, it would not just be a problem of the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses being left behind. At this moment, in midair, Qin Fengqing slashed downwards, smashing some of the buildings in the mansion of the city lord. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Kill! Kill all these fellows and snatch the sunflower seeds!" Li Hansong also blasted downwards with a punch. Some of the people in the mansion of the city lord who did not run were killed instantly. However, in the distance, Li Changsheng was already roaring, "Retreat quickly! Powerhouses are coming to help. Stop them! Make them stay!" The Monster Sunflower City lord roared too. A few hundred li away, rank 9 powerhouses from another city had come to help. "Retreat!" Ko Bianjiang roared, retreating as he fought. Qin Fengqing was still reluctant to leave. He said unwillingly, "I haven't snatched the sunflower seeds yet. Let's go! There's still a chance next time." Li Hansong did not know if this was enough. However, if he did not retreat now, it would be too late. As for whether Fong Ping could pass, it would depend on his luck. At this moment, he did not know where Fong Ping was. At this moment, behind the mansion of the city lord, a rank 6 martial artist leaped into the sky, roaring, "Don't you dare hurt my father!" "Ming, stand down. Kueluo roared. Was his son stupid? He was currently being suppressed by Lupolu. The other party was wielding a rank 9 divine weapon and had injured his golden body. However, if the other party wanted to retreat, he would be fine. His son, a warlord martial artist, had suddenly appeared. Did he have a death wish? Father. Fang Ping did not care. He held the Changdao in his hand. Energy appeared on the Changdao, and he slashed at Lu Palu. There was a loud bang. In the void, a saber gleam that looked like a long whip was slashed. Lu Palu frowned slightly. He ignored the saber gleam and struck at Fang Ping casually, intending to kill this rank 6 martial artist. Don't you dare! Kue Luo was furious. In an outburst, he attacked Lu Polu madly. At this moment, Fang Ping's saber gleam neared him. With a bang, it exploded on Lu Polu's body. An extremely fine wound appeared on Lu Polu's left arm. As for Fang Ping, he hurriedly dodged his casual attack. Seeing that he could not dodge it, Fang Ping roared and slashed more than 10 times in a row. With a bang, Fang Ping flew backward and fell to the ground, right in front of Feng Yeshing and the rest. Blood flowed from his mouth, his face pale. Feng Yeshing and Li Yi looked at each other. Their eyes lit up. This guy had injured a rank 8 with the strength of a middle-stage warlord. Although it was just a superficial wound that could not even withstand a casual attack from the other party was only a middle-stage warlord. His combat techniques were also extremely skilled, and his explosive power was extremely strong. They did not pay much attention to him before. Who knew that there was such a genius in the outer domain?